Terry, we are ready to roll.
Can we just move the agenda and?
No. All right. This board meeting of the Board of Education for May 25th, 2021 is called to order. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on has been posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meetings tabs. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. Welcome to tonight's meeting. A year ago, I remember in our board meeting lifting up the tragedy that had happened in Minneapolis the day before with the death of George Floyd at the hands of police officers. This year has been one of important conversations, important actions, and important work here at PPS, in our community, and throughout our country. And we know we have so much farther to go as we grieve with those who knew and loved Andrew Brown, Micaiah Bryant, Adam Toledo, Dewante Wright, and too many others. We as a district have chosen to create system shifts, focusing on our Black and Native students and inclusive of all students, to create change and to make our graduate portrait a reality for all kids. This work is not easy, and I commend our staff for the many, many ways that they have led and lived into these changes this past year and beyond. Tonight's agenda is filled with work that shows demonstrates the clear commitment of our district to change, to make our world as it should be, and to be a place where all kids can grow and thrive. We begin tonight with an important statement celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Our student leaders have spoken so eloquently on this topic in public comment and in other ways. And now Director Brim Edwards brings forth a resolution as we denounce the racist hate towards members of the AAPI community we have witnessed escalate recently and celebrate all that Asian American and Pacific Islanders bring to this country, to our community, and to our schools. Director Brim Edwards, would you like to proceed?
Off mute. Thank you, Chair Lowry. I'm honored to bring to the board tonight resolution number 6304, a resolution to recognize May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I want to begin by thanking these individuals for collaborating on the creation of this resolution. Linnea Olson from Apano, James Liu, a board director for the nonprofit parent organization supporting PPS's Vietnamese dual language immersion program, Van Trung, a retired PPS administrator and a co-founder of our Vietnamese dual language program, PPS staff, Roseanne Powell and Courtney Wessling, and also Oregon State Representative Con Pham, who I'm honored to have as my state rep. We have a resolution before us which recognizes May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. The full resolution is posted on pps.net with the meeting materials and will be translated and shared to the broader PPS community. I'm going to tonight just briefly pull from some of the sections of the resolution before the board moves and adopts this. During Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, we acknowledge people of Asian and Pacific Islander heritage who live and work in Oregon, contributing meaningfully to Oregon's and the United States economy, culture, education, politics, arts, literature, science, and technology developments, despite institutional and systemic injustices designed to prevent and limit these achievements and contributions. Portland Public Schools has many enrolled AAPI students, and Asian American and Pacific Islander employees serve PPS students in a diverse cross-section of roles and contribute to the accomplishments of our mission, and our students benefit from the continuing efforts to elevate AAPI teachers, principals, school and central office staff. As representation from these diverse communities are important not only for our AAPI students, but also all of our students. The dual language immersion program in PPS honor and enrich the diverse backgrounds of Native, Chinese, Japanese, and Vietnamese speakers while exposing non-Native speakers to diverse, multilingual, and multicultural perspectives. Our district and our community is strengthened by the support and advocacy of organizations like IRCO, Asian Family Center, and APANO, which is the Asian Pacific American Network of Oregon. Oregon has a long history of discrimination against members of the AAPI community, and racially motivated discrimination and harassment is at a high, with a national and local spike in hate crimes against the broader Asian American Pacific Islander community. I want to sort of conclude by reading the resolved portion of our resolution that we're voting on tonight. And it says, the Portland Public School Board of Education recognizes May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and strongly encourages our staff and community to observe, recognize, and celebrate the culture, heritage, and contribution of Asian American and Pacific Islanders to our country, our state, our cities, and our schools. The PPS Board of Education and Superintendent Guerrero see our diverse Asian American and Pacific Islander students and staff. We strongly denounce violence against our Asian American and Pacific Islander community members and continue to explore and embrace ways to better support AAPI students in our schools. And finally, the PPS Board of Education supports Oregon State Representatives CONFAM's legislative proposal to combat anti-Asian hate and bias crimes by fully funding a culturally responsive bias response hotline, enhancing data collection efforts, establishing a bias crime victims relief fund, and continuing to invest in culturally specific affordable housing. Thank you. And again, I'm honored to bring the resolution to the board tonight for its consideration.
Superintendent Guerrero, did you have anything you wanted to add at this moment?
Yes, Chair Lowry. Thank you, Director Brim Edwards, for introducing this important resolution recognizing Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And like you, I'm also devastated over senseless acts of violence and hate towards Asian and Pacific Islander communities throughout the country and in our own community here in Portland. So I also am committed to moving beyond statements of condemnation and harnessing our full power of our collective, to name and fight hate speech and violence in our district. But to add a little bit more, I'd like to introduce our Gretchen Schlag, Director of Avid and Advanced Placement, and Jamie Suhiro. I hope I said that right, Jamie, I apologize. One of our teachers on special assignment who can share how we've been supporting educators in this critical time of increased anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander sentiment in our community. Gretchen and Jamie.
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. Hi, I'm Dr. Gretchen Schlag, Director of Avid and Advanced Placement. Thank you for having Jamie and I tonight to share briefly about what we're doing. I'm actually going to have Jamie do most of the talking. She is one of our teachers on special assignment and has been just a great catalyst and supporter for providing resources to our teachers across the district and really uplifting a lot of their work as they engage with students and really begin to dig in deeply around our culturally responsive practices and more specifically around anti-Asian hate work that they can be doing throughout this month and ongoing, right? Because the work doesn't stop. So Jamie, I'm going to turn it over to you. I know you provided some resources earlier and you have some great things to share with us. So I'm going to let you have the stage right now.
Thank you. Aloha kako. Good evening. It's an honor to be here. My name is Jamie Suhiro. I use she, her pronouns. I am Chinese and Japanese American from Hawaii, where my great-grandparents immigrated in the early part of last century. I'm a teacher on special assignment with College and Career Readiness Department, supporting Avid schools, and I've had the privilege of advising the Asian Desi Pacific Islander Affinity Group at Ida B. Wells High School since it began in 2015. As many of you know, Asian Americans have been the target of attacks throughout the pandemic. Over 6,600 incidents were reported to stop AAPI hate from March 2020 to March 2021. The true number is likely even higher. But discrimination, bullying, microaggressions, marginalization are not isolated to this past year for Asian Americans. We have felt their impact for centuries. This year, it's more important than ever to recognize and celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I wanted to highlight a few resources that were created by PPS teachers, which have been widely used throughout the district. First, Tiffany Koyama Lane and Karen Liao led a group of educators in creating a page on the PAT website at pdxteachers.org/AAPI, where teachers can get their students involved with activism, participate in community events, read from book lists, and learn about history, culture, and identity. There are numerous wonderfully detailed lessons for every grade level. Also, in a compelling Rethinking Schools article called Dear Educators, It's Time to Fight for Asian America, Roosevelt Ethnic Studies and Senior Inquiry teacher Moe Yonamine and her co-author present a call to action for educators in the form of 24 specific lessons to teach about Asian American history, the harmful model minority myth, Asian and Black combined activism, Indigenous rights, climate justice, and island solidarity. Finally, back in mid-March, our superintendent shared my Google slide deck on anti-Asian hate, which the PPS with the PPS community. Originally, these slides were a way for me to process my own emotions while cataloging media for friends and family. And eventually they were repurposed as a way for educators and students to enter conversations about the complex history of Asian Americans and the reasons behind the rise in hate crimes. Last week, I updated the deck for API Heritage Month to include slides about current events and representation in the media. It is my hope that these resources will not only raise awareness, but encourage people to take steps toward critical thinking, understanding, empathy, and ultimately action. In the wake of the tragic anniversary of George Floyd's murder, we have seen this past calendar year a resolve to unite. Many of our students, our resilient and brilliant youth, are right there in the forefront, organizing the community, demanding an equitable and just society. But whether or not our students are out in front or sitting quietly in the back with their cameras off, they need to know we are right there with them, that we recognize and celebrate their intersectional identities, and that we will do everything possible to provide them a safe and joyful learning space where they can grow to their greatest potential. Happy AAPI Heritage Month, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. I don't know about the board, but you just gave me chills. That was very inspirational. And thank you so much for working with our teachers throughout our district. I know they really, really are gaining a lot of resources and support because of you and your talents. Thank you.
And Jamie, it's so great to see you. It's been far too long. All right, thank you both so much. Do I have a motion and second to adopt Resolution 6304, Resolution to recognize May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month?
So moved.
All right,
Second.
I heard Director Brim Edwards move, but I'll go with Director DePass because then Director Brim Edwards seconded. So Director DePass moves and Director Brim Edwards seconds the adoption of Resolution 6304. Is there any board discussion?
I didn't move or second. I think it was someone else.
Was it
It's
Amy?
okay.
You? I heard a woman's voice. I'm sorry, it was Amy. So Amy, so Director Constam moves and Director Brim Edwards seconds. Thank you for clarifying, Director DePass. It's sometimes hard to tell on Zoom. All right, is there any board discussion?
I just want to say that, you know, we received a lot of communication from our students, and there's been a lot of activism in our high schools, especially around some unfortunate incidents of hate, but also just around the general climate in our community and in our country. And, you know, passing a resolution doesn't address the problems, but work like Jamie's work does address it. And it's just means a lot to me to continually see our students acting in that role, which is the portrait of a graduate that we have, be advocating for change, advocating with urgency, pressing us on action. And this was just another example of that.
I totally appreciate the work of staff on preparing specific lessons that can be used just to reinforce all the points in the resolution. So thank you for that.
And I want to thank Director Brim Edwards for her leadership on making sure that this item was brought forward. So thank you, Julia, for the heavy lift on that and for especially your work in including so many of our community partners. This is work we don't do alone. So thank you for that.
I wanted to also just appreciate Jamie. It's great to see you, and thank you for your leadership for our students. And the rise in hate is one reason that we need to keep talking about subjects, regardless of whether they're difficult or not, especially when they are difficult. Thank you for being here.
Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
Okay. The board will now vote on Resolution 6304, resolution to recognize May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6304 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting
Yes.
All right, thank you all. Tonight, our next very important item on our agenda is a resolution reaffirming our support for the Albina Vision as we as a community work to address the devastating racist policies that placed a freeway through the Albina community and took land from the folks living there. This resolution is a small step towards justice as it authorizes the Albina Vision Trust to have a right of first offer on the BESC property. In 2019, the PPS Board of Education adopted PPS Reimagined, a community-driven vision for what we want to be true for the graduate system and educators of PPS. I got to participate in that process as a community member, and it was an incredible time of learning and conversation for our district. This ambitious vision represents the values and aspirations of thousands of Portland students, families, staff, partners, and members of the community, and articulates our foundational and enduring belief in racial equity and social justice. On June 11th of 2020, the PPS Board of Education unanimously approved Resolution 6130. In this resolution, we declared that the lives of Black students and our Black community matter. And we committed to working with the superintendent and the Portland community to create the conditions for every student, but especially our Black and Native students who experience the greatest challenges to realize the vision of the graduate portrait. We also recognize our fiduciary responsibility to preserve and maintain our real property assets in a manner that will serve current students and future generations. As an educational institution and as the organization's Board of Education, we have a moment, an opportunity to lead, not with race-neutral plans, but with an anti-racist agenda that amplifies an intergenerational healing process among students, their families, and our community. And today of all days, when 1 year ago today, the brutal murder of George Floyd occurred, it is a moment for our community and this school board to reflect and to take decisive action to do right by Black families and students. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to continue this very important resolution?
Thank you, Chair Lowry and directors. I'm really excited about this particular resolution. You're going to get a chance to hear my own reflection a year in the anniversary of George Floyd. But tonight, I think this is an important recognition in that we've seen over these last 15 months just how central schools are to communities as hubs. We also know that no matter how central a role schools might play, we can't do this work alone in supporting our community, our children, and our youth. Strong partnerships, strategic partnerships, partnerships rooted in our shared goal of supporting the success of Black, Native American, and PPS students of color in particular are a necessary part of our success as a school system and a city. Tonight represents a major milestone because the board's considering a vote on a particular kind of partnership, one that has the ability to transform the experiences and opportunities for Black Portlanders, including and especially our own students and their families. Tonight's agenda item comes to the school board after many months of discussion between senior staff, the Albina Vision Trust, and Multnomah County. I want to share my public appreciation to our PPS real estate team also for working in a spirit of collaboration and with our district's core values at the forefront of your recommendations and decisions. So thanks to you, we've reached this historic moment for PPS and our city. I also want to give thanks and appreciate key stakeholders in this effort, Rakaya Adams, Winta Johannes, and the Albina Vision Trust team for your partnership, for your friendship, and for always pushing us to think bigger, better, and brighter on behalf of Black children. So I'm excited for us to do something remarkable, right, Rakaya? I also want to express my gratitude to Chair Kafori, Commissioner Jayapal, and Multnomah County, This year, our organizations worked closer together in service of our community's families in response to COVID-19. Your critical leadership and support of this effort is key in our collective effort to create a brighter, more equitable future for our children and families. So I'm proud to be at the table with you in this effort. I also want to acknowledge our Black community leaders and elders who are here with us tonight. Thank you for your visionary leadership and for your standing with us to reimagine PPS. I look forward to continuing to authentically listen, learn, and partner with you, our community's Black elders, and listen to our Black youth as we continue to address the pervasive inequities and cultural norms that impact our collective path to success. So as I turn it over to Director DePass and Director Brim Edwards to share more about tonight's board action, I want to thank you all as well. Tonight's an important step towards building a community and a school district that sees and honors our Black students, families, and staff, and I'm proud to have worked in collaboration with each of you.
Go off mute. Thanks for your patience. I'm feeling some kind of way tonight about the board's resolution to affirm the support for the Albina Vision Trust that's in front of us tonight. Perhaps it's because it's the 1-year anniversary of the murder of George Floyd, or that we're at the end of a tail end of a pandemic. I've just recently allowed myself to breathe, but I am feeling hopeful for the work ahead. In any case, an important aspect of this work is the acknowledgement of the permanence of the cultural and institutional racism that has existed in our system since its inception. Racist practices that advantage white students and disadvantage students of color have been reinforced by racist cultural narratives, beliefs, and norms. 6 years before Oregon proposed a state constitution banning Black people from entering, residing, or acquiring property, Portland Public Schools, Oregon's largest school system, was established. For close to 170 years, PPS failed to respond to struggles of the communities of color, especially Black and Native American students. This pattern started when William Brown, a resident of Portland in the 1860s, tried to enroll his children in one of Portland's only 2 elementary schools, launching what would be the first recorded case of racism against Black children in Portland public schools. While our commitment to calling out and eradicating systems of oppression is clear in our words, plans, and values, we also know that cultural and institutional racism continues to produce disparities and negatively impact the lives of our students of color, but specifically Black students. Reflecting on our community's vision for PPS, our core values and educational system shifts, along with the acknowledgement of persistent racialized predictors for student outcomes, we are called to strategically utilize and invest resources in a targeted and culturally responsive manner to achieve racial equity and social justice. Grounded in the belief that culturally specific organizations are uniquely positioned to partner with PPS to support our racial equity and social justice goals, we continue our commitment to partner with culturally specific and multiracial organizations. I want to speak for just a moment tonight about representative leadership and how we got here today. We wouldn't even be here today, but for the strength, conviction, love, and labor our elders have so lovingly given Portland's Black students over many, many decades, and I would be remiss if I did not mention their names. Mama Joyce Harris, Ronnie Herndon, Michael Chappie Grice, Donna Maxey, Tony Hobson, Mark Jackson, Jimmy Dojo, Renee Anderson, Lorenzo Poe, Sherry Garin Smith, Senators Gordley, Carter, and Frederick, and all of those I've failed to mention, including all of our esteemed and hardworking teachers and administrators of color and the guests that are on our call tonight. This resolution is what is possible when we have leadership that thinks big and pushes 24/7, 365. I see you, Superintendent, and your team, and know that this work is only possible when we all, including my board colleagues, metaphorically all pull the rope in the same direction in service of students in our district. Thank you.
Director Brim Edwards, would you like to introduce our first speakers, make some comments, and then introduce our first speaker tonight?
Thank you. And I'd be remiss if I just didn't pause and second Director DePass's recognition of the community leaders who, in my 55 years with PPS, I've seen many of them model leadership on behalf of their community and on behalf of the entire community. So thank you to Director DePass for recognizing the decades of work and dedication of those individuals in the community. So I would like to just take a moment to also recognize the work of the Real Estate Task Force that for the last 6 months have been meeting every week. That would be Jonathan Garcia, Dan Young, Liz Large, David Roy, Dana White, Carlos Sanchez, Cuizar, and Courtney Westling was the PPS team that really brought this agreement to the board tonight in concert with and work with Multnomah County and also with Albina Vision Trust. And as a member of the task force that worked to knit together the partnership, I was asked just to reflect on the resolution tonight and also maybe a personal reflection as a Portlander. So 170 years ago when PPS was created, its foundation has been noted earlier tonight, was a web of discriminatory and racist policies and practices that excluded many of our students and families. As PPS grew as a district, Albina was growing as well. And here's an excerpt from tonight's resolution about Albina. Albina was once a thriving, creative, and affordable neighborhood consisting of Black-owned businesses, homes, and faith institutions. It was the cultural capital of Portland with world-class jazz venues, environmental justice initiatives, and education models created for and by Black Portlanders. Decades of disinvestment, urban renewal, and racist public policy disintegrated the neighborhood. End quote. That is the Albina that the Black community built. It's the Albina that many institutions, including PPS, has disrupted and torn apart over the years. My journey with PPS, as I mentioned, started 55 years ago. In 1966, I started as a kindergartner in Portland. In my grade school and high school, students from Albina neighborhood schools were bused to my neighborhood, K-8 and high school, not the other way around. Over the years, as a parent and community member, I've seen schools in Albina, including Humboldt and Jefferson, be reconstituted. Disruption and sporadic support marked PPS's relationship with the Albina community. The federal No Child Left Behind legislation further undermined the school communities in Albina, leading to the closure of some and the constant change, reorganization, and others. In 2003, I had the honor of serving my first term on the school board, and I co-chaired the board with Lorenzo Poe, who Director DePass mentioned earlier. And Lorenzo is a proud graduate, as he always reminded me, of Jefferson High School. And he taught me deeply about the two Portlands. So when many white middle-class Portlanders proudly talk about the strength of their urban public schools here in Portland and compare them to the less successful urban districts around the country, I'm reminded of the other Portland that Lorenzo taught me about. That other Portland in Albina, where the schools received less support, where change was always being done to the schools, where students and families have faced discriminatory practices and policies. Last year, the community passed a bond overwhelmingly to rebuild Jefferson High School and co-create with the community a center for Black student excellence. Portland Public Schools didn't harm the Albina schools through one devastating and destructive action, rather through a series of actions. And we can't now say we've done our work through one action like tonight, rather will be a continuum of actions. And tonight is one of those nights. It is one action in a continuum. A sense of place is incredibly important. In the past, PPS has marginalized and disrupted the school community in the Albina neighborhood. Tonight, we're entering into partnership with the Albina Vision Trust and Multnomah County to elevate and support our Black students, their families, the historic Albina neighborhood, and our long-term racial equity vision. I want to thank the Albina Vision Trust and the county leaders and all the elders who are on joining us tonight for working with us to take an action that moves along the continuum closer to One Portland. So thank you to everybody who brought us to this point tonight. And I want to next introduce Multnomah County Chair Deborah Kafoury, who has been instrumental in making tonight a possibility. And with that, Chair Kafoury, who's also a Portland Public School graduate, I'd like to ask you to speak next.
Thank you. I'll just have to say go Generals since we're on this call tonight. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Deborah Kafoury and I am your Multnomah County Chair. And I am really honored tonight to share that Multnomah County is joining Portland Public Schools and partnering with Albina Vision Trust to grant them the first right of refusal on the Blanchard building site. This decision is in perfect alignment with Multnomah County's commitment to aid in the co-creation of solutions that confront the historical injustices that lead to contemporary inequities. As we've heard tonight already, but it bears worth repeating, that the historic Albina neighborhood was systematically taken apart through decision after decision. But with the same level of intent, it can also be restored and renewed. Multnomah County sees this as an opportunity to have a role in rectifying one of the most egregious chapters in our community's history, and to be part of building something new and lasting. The choice to grant Albina Vision Trust the right of first refusal isn't just an easy one, it's the right one. And I'm grateful that they are leading the charge with an exceedingly clear sense of purpose and vision for how we can establish together a future that ensures Portland's Black communities can thrive. And it's even more exciting to know that ATV's vision for the site will be oriented towards helping children and families flourish and succeed together. Values and work that reflect what Multnomah County aims to do every day. The dream for this site is one that we as a community must pursue together. And I am thrilled and honored that the county is here tonight to help advance that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kafoury. And again, we really appreciate the partnership with the county as we move ahead tonight in this historic action. Next, I'd like to introduce Multnomah County Commissioner Sushila Jailapal. And Michelle spoke to representative leadership, and I think Sushila really has stepped into this role and providing great leadership at the county along with her colleagues, Chair Kafoury, and also the fellow commissioners. So Commissioner Jailapal.
Thank you so much, Director Brim-Edwards. Good evening, everybody. I'm Sushila Jailapal, Multnomah County Commissioner for District 2, which includes the Albina neighborhood in which the Blanchard site sits. I'm actually going to start by thanking you for your recognition of AAPI Heritage Month earlier this evening. I feel, as a member of the AAPI community, I feel lucky to have been here for that. And note that, of course, the racism that leads to anti-Asian hate is connected to, and in fact has its roots in the racism and the anti-Blackness that led to the destruction of large swaths of the Black community, the heart of the Black community that was in the Albina neighborhood. So that through line feels very present to me as we talk about this. I realized as I was preparing these remarks that the last time I was before you all was almost exactly 1 year ago. It was June 2nd, 2020, 1 week after the murder of George Floyd. And I was here at that time to urge you to include the rebuild of Jefferson High School in your 2020 bond referral. And I thank you so much for doing that. I used a quote then that I'm going to use again tonight because you can never use a good quote too often, from the author Eve Ewing, quote, "We must continually set our sights on what it would look like to get things right. And we must integrate those visions into our rhetoric and our strategy." By partnering with Albina Vision Trust, you and we at Multnomah County are setting our sights on what it would look like to get things right. And we're integrating that vision into our strategy. We're acknowledging past harms from urban renewal while investing in something new and sustainable in the long term. With the purchase of the Blanchard site, Albina Vision would have the opportunity to bring back resources into the heart of the Black community, the community that was torn apart when the freeway was bulldozed through it, and to rebuild this property into something remarkable for individuals, families, and youth, preserving land, yes, and repairing social networks. There's no single path to equitable growth, rather multiple intersecting and complementary strategies are needed to develop and implement that vision of what it looks like to get things right. This resolution is one of those paths, and I'm really delighted to be here to support it. Thank you.
Michelle, would you like to introduce our guest from the Albina Vision Trust?
Yes, and I hope I get this right. So I'm introducing Ms. the Fabulous Rukaya Adams.
I have to tell you all that I'm struggling to maintain my composure.
A lot of us are, so we've got tissue handy.
Chair Lowry, you started this meeting with a shot through my heart. So thank you for framing this in its importance. I look at Wenta's young face and I see our future, and I almost can't hold it together, but I'm going to try, okay? I am a PPS student. I went to Martin Luther King Elementary School and Harriet Tubman Middle School, and when I was there, Paul Coakley, whose son was just recently promoted, implored us to be bold, to be visionary, to walk in the room like we own the place. Now, it took me 40 years to actually do that, but it is a true gift to engage with the various forms of government and oversight in such a constructive and loving way. What you are doing is teaching us how to love in public policy and civic leadership. In return, the Albina Vision team will commit to excellence, will commit to healing, will commit to shared prosperity for generations. You must change the way you govern to drive equity, and we must change the way we're governed to heal and evolve. And this is the first step in that. I know some of our ideas sound big, almost unimaginable, but on a day like today, in memory of George Floyd, that's exactly what we have to do. We have to love big. We have to try harder. We have to trust each other and step into new partnerships that will transform how we live together. I don't know how much more I can add with words, except to say thank you for trusting us. And I look forward to delivering on the beloved community that will be rebuilt in the place of the Blanchard site, a place where Black and Brown children will be safe and loved and reflected in the urban vernacular. When we accomplish that, I hope we all remember this day, the day when our school district meets the city, meets the county, meets 50, 60 years of advocacy, meets 4 generations of Black Portlanders tilling the soil of Lower Albina in order to begin anew. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I can't contain my emotions, but you're all so beautiful.
Director DePass, would you now please introduce Senator Abel Gordley?
I'm delighted to introduce my dear friend and loving mentor, Senator Abel Gordley. I'm so glad you're joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I too am in a place of emotion this evening. I see Rukaya and I hear her and I recognize her as one of our Black United Front Saturday school students from the 80s. I've lived in Portland for 74 years. I want to say about the Albina Vision Trust that this organization is the correcting influence, leading us forward. And the trust is also reminding us that we have not lost the capacity to dream big. I think about my journey with and through Portland Public Schools, starting with grade school at Boise, and then later Highland. Highland became Martin Luther King Junior Elementary, Girls Polytechnic High School. In the years 1979 forward, advocating with others in our Black community, led by the Black United Front, fighting for a non-racist quality education for Black children, for all children. And so now we are at a moment of that will lead us to some transformation. And I want to say to Michelle DePass about this moment. Thank you for your courage and leading with integrity, using your voice with integrity. Michelle, thank you for standing in the gap. To the young man who serves as a student member on this board, Nathaniel. I've been watching you, Nathaniel, and I know one of the things you do well is listen deeply. I hope that you take in every single word that is said this evening, commit it to your heart's memory. Embrace the history of the moment that we're in. I see my sister Joyce Harris, and I think about all of your work these many years as a master educator. There will be a building named for you, my dear. To our superintendent, thank you for choosing Portland. Thank you for remaining here. Thank you for leading with an open heart. The significance of this time, this hour, is just not lost on me. I'm thinking about those who are no longer here. Halim Rasan, V.S. Loving, Ruth Spencer, still with us, Carolyn Leonard. There are so many who carried the torch. Rukaya, Winta, Michael Alexander, I see you. Thank God for you, for the quality of your leadership. And I'm gonna stop there. Thank you. Bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you much, Senator Gordley.
Thank you so much, Senator Gordley, and to all of our speakers. And thank you, Rakaya, for your words. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6303, resolution affirming support for the Albina vision and authorizing right of first offer?
So moved.
Second.
Again?
Okay, I believe I heard Director Brim Edwards move and Director Bailey second the adoption of Resolution 6303. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
Yes. We have Joyce Harris.
I also, in my script, I have that Mr. Alexander was going to speak. I don't know if that's been changed at the last moment, but it would be wonderful to hear from him if he would do so.
Is he on the public comment list, Jonathan? Yes, okay. And Ms. Harris, you're muted, so we didn't hear you begin there.
Yeah, this is an emotional moment for all of us because we have been through some trials and tribulations. And when I look, my message is really to the young ones. I'm at that stage where I can call you young ones. Rakaya, Kali, Winter. It is truly a celebration of us to see you young folks carrying the torch. As you can see, Avell, myself, Ronnie, we've been through some trials and tribulations, and it's beginning to show. When you have to take a nap a couple of times a day just so you can speak and look presentable. I am so proud of the work that you all have done and continue to do. I mean, there's nothing more exciting than to see the fruits of your labor being carried on. I mean, I just, what can I say? To know that we are leaving our community in strong, talented hands, that I know that everything is going to be all right. So I just want to say thank you to the young folks. Y'all got a lot of work to do, but I know that you can do it. And even though some of us are getting a little aged, we're feeling good because I look at you all and I remember some 50 years ago, I was right where you were. trying to figure out what to do and being committed to doing it. Avell and I always talk about these rocking chairs that we're going to get so that we can just sit back and reflect on our time and then celebrate your time. So if anybody has a notion, we really want to do something nice for me and Avell, get us 2 red rocking chairs so that we can carry on the work that we started and that you are continuing. I'm so proud. I'm just proud thinking about all the things that we have done and how you all are carrying it on. So that's all I have to say. This is I always say, there was a movie called A Great Day in Harlem. And when I have moments like this, I think about that great day in Harlem. This is a great day in Portland, in our community. And I just can't wait to see what you're doing next. And Superintendent, I guess I can say this publicly. I'm glad you stayed. I was a little reluctant at first to say, is he gonna make it? Is he gonna last? Well, you did. And I want to congratulate you for that. And thank you. And Michelle, thank you for calling me this morning. And it's going to be wonderful. I'm looking forward to this Center for Black Excellence. Oh my goodness, it's going to be amazing. And I will be a part of it, if that's all right with you, Kali. Okay. And Julia, thank you for staying in the struggle with us. I didn't realize you had been here for such a long time, but you've been doing good work. Thank you. Bye-bye. I'm gonna let y'all go. I'll be like Rakaya, you're sniveling.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes.
Thank you. We have Cleland.
Well, after all of that, I don't know that there's much left to say. I do want to acknowledge just that we young folks, Rakai, I love that we're young, do stand on the shoulders of greatness. And I just need to acknowledge Mama Joyce and Senator Gordley and Ronnie Herndon, Lorenzo Poe, people who I know have personally held me up and given me wisdom and advice, and part of why I'm here today. And I just admire and respect you more than I could ever describe. And we would not be here without you. And not just your work, but you're also believing in this next generation of leaders and being actively engaged in supporting our vision. Dr. Mae Jamison, who was the first Black female astronaut, said, never be limited by other people's limited imaginations. Yes. And I'm just so proud and happy that PPS was not limited by what maybe they could not fully see. Rakaya had a vision for change in community that centered the humanity of Black people, that centered our history, and most importantly to me, centers children. And today is a step in the right direction of actualizing that. All of you are part of history. One day, children will look back on this day, and they will look back at this recording, and they will see your faces, and they will see that you have stood for justice, that you have stood for children, for the Black community, and really communities of color who have been disenfranchised for too long. So I thank all of you. Ron Heifetz talks about leadership being dangerous, and I really do believe leadership and equity right now in education is under attack, and we are seeing it throughout our state. and throughout our nation. And so making bold decisions to support things that are explicitly about enhancing Black communities to thrive and rectifying historic wrongs is not an easy decision. And I don't think any of us take it lightly. I thank you for your leadership, for your boldness, for your willingness to be out there, recognizing that there may be articles about you for giving into radicalism, but I'm excited because we are imagining together and we are carving out a place in history where all of our children can truly thrive, where they can be seen and valued, and their humanity and education and all of the things that we say matter to well-being can be on full display. So it is a privilege to be here tonight. It's a privilege to partner with Albina Vision Trust on our vision for the Center for Black Excellence. And I'm just so thrilled and excited about what's to come. Thank you.
Ms. Bradshaw, is Mr. Alexander next on our public comment list?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Alexander, welcome.
Yes. Are you able to hear me? Fantastic. Well,
yes.
First of all, I like everyone, I'm having a very difficult time sort of harnessing some boundaries on the emotions that I'm feeling right now. Although not a native of Portland, this is a community that I have come to love and that has embraced me over the last 16 years. And I feel very privileged to be in this space and in this place today. It is not lost on any of us that a year ago today, we were facing the trauma associated with the killing of George Floyd, and at times the awakening within this country of the challenges that we face around issues of race and bias and bigotry. I would like to say that that awakening has been something that has shown its permanence, but in many instances, institutions were trying to find a comfortable place to land in what was going to be a very difficult time. And I commend the leadership, Superintendent Guerrero, the staff, for the willingness to not only embrace this difficult time, but to stay on the field during difficult discussions, during discussions that were going to challenge not only who we were, but how we got to where we are right now and where that accountability lies. There's an old expression that says, it may not be your fault, but it's your responsibility. And it is clearly our responsibility. And we welcome the opportunity to work with the superintendent and the staff in creating this new space. The adage that I think we're all familiar with, that it takes a village to raise a child, in some ways intuitive, but it's premised on the creation of that village. If that village doesn't exist, that work cannot be done. And the effort and the commitment and the resolution tonight affords us the opportunity to strengthen the foundation of the shared village and the beliefs that we believe all of our children are entitled to. Our Creator gives all of our children gifts and charges us with the responsibility of giving them opportunity. So we have that tonight. And I'd like to close by just calling on a saying of the Maasai tribe, which is a tribe known for their ferocity and their intellect in Kenya and Tanzania. And they begin every meeting with one phrase. And it doesn't matter what the purpose of the meeting is, if it is around community and families and institutions, the first thing they will say is, and how are the children? If we can ask ourselves that throughout the course of this path that we've committed to navigate together, we will always keep an eye on true north, because how we answer that question will determine whether we're bringing the proper resolve and intentionality to the opportunity and the shared path that we've committed to. So I feel so very, very privileged to be working in partnership with the staff, of the district, with the board, with the leadership, and with the wonderful colleagues who've allowed me to be a part of the AVT team. So thank you for the opportunity to offer a few comments tonight.
Ms. Bradshaw, do we have further public comment?
No, that concludes public comment.
I see Winta on my screen, and I just wanted to make sure. Winta, did you want to speak? Would you like to take a moment, or are you good? I can't hear you, sadly. Okay, I apologize for whatever reason that the sound there didn't work, but wanted to recognize that you are here as well, looking young apparently, and wanted to thank you for your presence and for all of your leadership and work as well this evening. Is there any board discussion of resolution 6303?
I just, again, want to thank everybody that showed up to testify tonight and to witness. You're doing this on your free time when you should be eating dinner with your families. Rakaya, thank you so much for your vision. They say that leadership is sharing a vision and then getting followers to kind of come behind you. So I think you've proven that that's happening now, and really happy to see you on the call. And thank you to everybody that spoke tonight. And thanks for everybody that also didn't interrupt the speakers tonight, because that would be a no-no in the Black church.
I just want to remark on the poetic happenstance of having this time together tonight on this day, because it's like a balm for our souls, you know, to be able to be hopeful and forward thinking and inspired at a time when we're remembered of how hard the fight is. So thank you all for bringing us that hope and inspiration. And now let's step on the gas and make it happen.
Yeah, I can't add anything to the emotional and eloquent testimony and truth telling we've heard tonight. So I also want to thank you for coming and speaking your truth and telling us about that experience and about this opportunity. And I'll just say that it is such an honor to be on this board and have an opportunity to vote yes on this tonight. So thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Well, we won't delay in giving you that opportunity any longer, Andrew. The board will now vote on resolution 6303, resolution affirming support for the Albina vision and authorizing right of first offer. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6303 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative Hsu voting
yes.
All right. I see the round of applause. I have to say, this is amazing. And yet I still, in my heart, this is one small step in a journey of much, much more work, both of this district. And I know that even if you're sitting in red rocking chairs, Senator Gordley, you're going to be keeping us accountable and keeping sharing your wisdom. So we have more work to do. And I know that you all will be partners in that work. And leading in that work as we continue to address these historic wrongs. I loved what Mr. Alexander said about it's not your fault necessarily. We didn't create the policies that destroyed Albina, but it is our responsibility. And that we, as especially a white board, have a lot to answer for the historic injustices that have plagued our city. And I just want us to be clear that this doesn't solve racism. This is one moment that we must celebrate and fill with hope, and yet have it fuel us for that next moment, next step under Superintendent Guerrero's able and incredible leadership, and with our staff as partners as well. We turn now from this amazing moment of a historic night of these deep emotions to turn to our consent agenda, which often feels a little dull, but it is the work that is the heart of so much of what we do. Tonight, we're looking at contracts and curriculum and so many important pieces. But if there are any items you would like to pull, and Director Brim-Edwards, I know you have one, we're gonna set those aside for discussion and vote after the rest of the consent agenda. But first, Ms. Bradshaw, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
No.
Okay. Board members, are there any items you would like to pull?
Actually, Chair Lowry, I'll just leave the math adoption in the consent agenda, and just when we get to discussion, just ask my question.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Brim Edwards. Dr. Brim Edwards was, as you know, always very diligent, and the math adoption, there was a little bit of a miscommunication and it got added to our board packet a little late. So we were having some conversation about how best to address that and make sure it was fully reviewed. Okay, thank you, Julia. I know that took a lot of extra work on your behalf this weekend. Are there any other items that any other board members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Do I have a motion and second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
All right, I heard Director Scott move and Director Constam second the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda?
Sure, I just had one question, and it's around the math adoption, which is a $4 million contract, and this is part of our ongoing curriculum work, and that's being paid for by the bond. And the question I had for staff that I'd sent before, I'm just going to ask one of them, is around sort of the feedback loop that we have and evaluating the effectiveness. I know that as the adoption was underway and being considered, there was lots of field testing and teachers involved in that, and I'm just interested in the other end of things.
Dr. Valentino, our Chief Academic Officer, would be the appropriate person, and all of our curriculum adoption processes will reflect something similar to what he's about to share with you.
Great, then I won't have to ask the question for the next ones.
So, good evening, excuse me, Director Larry, Directors, Superintendent. So this is a very complex process that we have embarked in, primarily because there wasn't a lot in place at the time. So some of the protocols and procedures we are still developing, and we were using our first couple of adoptions to test out the protocols that we had been putting in place. And so the handbook that was provided to you prior during the science upgrade was to give you a sense of the complexities of that, but also to share with you that that's a way of standardizing our processes moving forward. And so one of the things that is included in that we still are having to address is making sure that the communication system works alongside, so that people are engaged from the very beginning, the various stakeholder groups, the various people who will influence and inform the process have a voice at the table on the front end. And so as we figure this out, and because there's so many people trying to support this work, once or twice we haven't fully implemented in the way that we'd like, but that's the part of that cycle of continuous improvement. And so in that learning within that cycle, one of the things that we learned was, how do we ensure that within our stakeholder groups, there is an opportunity for feedback? And so it's that feedback loop that you had actually mentioned during the audit committee meeting, that we are really paying close attention to make sure that it does two things. One, that along the way, we're able to get feedback on our own process, on how we are piloting, how we are making decisions about the indicators that we're going to use to measure for quality, et cetera. But also that as we begin to implement that from the very beginning, we are measuring for the quality of our professional development, the quality of the initial implementation, and get feedback from that. And so as the superintendent indicated, as we begin to formalize that, as we codify those individual components and we formalize that, every single adoption will actually have very similar markers that you as a board will be looking for, so that you can make sure that, one, that we have been rigorous in the identification of possible curriculum adoptions, adoption programs. Two, that our procurement process is of quality as well, that we actually have invited the right people to the table to be part of that conversation. And then as we field test, that we actually are looking for the right conditions for that to happen. The pandemic did not help us. And so we really had to figure out tangible ways of measuring the quality of the piloting and that sort of thing. So it was difficult for everyone. But moving forward, we will be able to hold that steady and be able to look for those things and measure for those things. And so we're hoping that as we answered the 2 questions that you had, know that they are going to become part of our process for evaluation, along with others that will allow us to address some of the gaps that we still have in our process.
Thank you, Dr. Valentino.
All right, is there any further board discussion of the consent agenda?
A quick thank you. This may be the only opportunity, but a quick thank you to Dr. Valentino for his vision in thinking about including curriculum resources into our bond work, which is not something this district had done before. And without it, there's no way we could have undertaken a wholesale adoption like this, which is, I believe, going to be an absolute game changer. Every grade level math curriculum, including the professional development. So thank you for your leadership, Dr. Valentino. It's a huge, huge investment for our children, and a wonderful opportunity for our teachers who, it's fair to recognize, have not been as well supported as they should have been.
Thank you for that. And I want to thank the superintendent because he put the bug in my ear. Said, well, if you can make it happen, go for it. But if it wasn't that, he said, let's give it a go. So I appreciate that. So thank you.
Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
No.
All right, the board will now vote on resolution 6305 through 6312. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting.
Yes.
Thank you, Nathaniel. All right, we turn now to student and public comment. And board members, we will take a break after student and public comment. But before we begin, I would like to review our guidelines for comment. The board thanks the community for taking the time to attend this meeting and provide your comments. Public input informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. Our responsibility as a board is to actively listen. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you would like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment@pps.net. Please make sure that when you begin your comment that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You will have 3 minutes to speak. You will hear a sound after 3 minutes, which means it is time to conclude your comments. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Hi. We have a group of students that are all going to be in the same meeting invite. So we'll start with Amaya Leary Sims.
And you'll introduce yourself. Hi, my name is Amaya Leary Sims, LEARYSIMS, and I'm going to read you my plastic pollution book. Acknowledgement. Today, I would like to acknowledge that we are standing on the homeland territory of the Multnomah, Clackamas, Chinook, and many other tribes who lived along the Columbia and Willamette rivers. I extend my respect and gratitude to the many Indigenous people and ancestors who call these lands home. Dear PPS board members, my name is Amaya. I'm writing you because of how much plastic I'm seeing in Birdo school lunches. If you didn't know, plastic is polluting the air and is creating toxic microplastics. As an activist, it's my job to encourage others to reduce plastic use because all it does is end up in a landfill or the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, or it might degrade. If it keeps degrading, it will travel farther because it will float on lakes, rivers, oceans, and then the wind might pick it up and it will fly to other places where other people will have to deal with it in other countries, but can also be transferred by people who could ship it in container ships. If you keep using too much plastic as you do in our lunches and just in the PPS business, in the year 2048, the ocean could turn into a plastic swamp with less fish, because I bet you didn't know, but almost nothing can survive without clean, healthy waters. Air pollution. My first reason for you to reduce plastic is that it's polluting our air and changing its quality completely. Burning plastic does give a small amount of space for landfills, but it also releases carbon dioxide, dioxin furans, and not to mention volatiles. Carbon monoxide is a tasteless, colorless, and odorless gas that can kill you. Trees suck in carbon dioxide. It makes a difference to take away chemicals that go in the air from people that burn carbon from fossil fuels, but it's still not enough to reduce all the carbon out of all the air. One, because trees can't do it all themselves. Second, even if trees did reduce all the carbon out of the air, people would still burn plastic. We would still leave a lot of it in the air. Microplastics. My second reason for you to reduce plastic is because plastic breaks down into micro pieces called microplastics. Did you know that when you use plastic bags, it usually takes plastic bags 10 to 12 years to degrade? However, when they do degrade, they're usually on the road to fish bellies, because fish can blindly mistake plastic for food and die. But another human might eat the fish before it consumes too many plastics. In reality, that human would be eating microplastics. Microplastics are tiny particles that stick onto bags, bottles, and other plastic materials. When you use all these plastic things, these particles are free to stick on the food of our lunches, and then we end up eating these particles. Alternatives instead of plastic. I understand if you do not have a lot of cooks in British school, but it's still not a good excuse to get a bunch of food wrapped in plastic just because you do not know the causes and extreme torture it does to Mother Earth. You cannot wrap food in plastic because it releases 12 harmful chemicals that are all cancerous. However, you can wrap food in bush paper. For it is not plastic, it does not have plastic chemicals, and it's very recyclable. If you hire cooks, you do not have any reason to buy food wrapped in plastic. The cooks could use an alternative to plastic, butcher paper, if people want to do takeout. I have other alternatives if you cannot hire any cooks or chefs. First, you can be serving fresh fruits and vegetables, such as apples, salads, peaches, mangoes, oranges, and my personal favorite, plums, dark plums. All of these foods are healthy and don't cost a lot. Second, I am certain there are lots of cooks in British student families. I am sure that at least some of the parents could start cooking meals for the student in British School Elementary School. I've seen the kitchen in British School. We have all the basics, such as stoves, refrigerators, and other alternatives. You could buy metal silverware and silicone utensils and wrap. Conclusion. In conclusion, I hope you learned something in the 12 pages I read to you. I want you to understand that if you keep using all of these single-use plastic wrap things go very wrong in the next 7 years with the ocean, rivers, and lakes, which is exactly why I made this book for you. I cannot wait one more second knowing that sea life is dying just because of plastic. So do it for the earth and stop your plastic use. And what's more, you can easily begin with paper bags and sell-fresh fruits, hire your student families to cook, and it's much more healthier, and I'm sure that your use of plastic would shorten much, much more. This is only the beginning. We must continue doing these alternatives if we are to make a difference. And lastly, do it for all these kids that are going to grow up on the planet. Do it for the world, do it for yourself. Thank you for considering all of this.
Thank you, Miss Amia.
Thank
I
you.
wanted to just thank you for being so brave to come to us tonight, and also let you know that I am anti-plastic also. I've committed in my own home to use no plastic. It's very hard, and I'm not 100% yet. Thanks for being
really
here.
good alternative. So, welcome.
Thank you. Next, we have Diane Christina Rax.
Do you want to go in your book? I can read online.
My name is John Paul Ollal, O-L-L-A-O-L. My name is John Paul. I go to Portland Public Schools. Ms. Shankwarler has taught us all about plastic. We have read articles about climate change. It has forced refugees to leave their homes because it gets too hot to live and they can't even grow things. For example, where I'm from, Palau, they have banned plastic because it is hurting animals on land and in the ocean. Plastic bags are bad and for the most part unnecessary. Plastic pollution is so bad that more than 5 trillion pieces are already floating in our ocean. And around the world, nearly 1 million plastic beverage bottles are sold every minute. I'm writing to PPS board members because I want you to reduce the use of single-use plastic in our lunches. PPS should reduce plastic in our lunches because my island, Palau, is getting destroyed and it's harmful to people. My first reason I want PPS to reduce plastic in our lunches is that my island, Palau, is getting destroyed from plastic. I'm in the United States, but my aunt is in Palau. When she calls and tells us about the beach because she always sees trash such as plastic just washing up on the beach. Palau became the first country to ban harmful sunscreens that are toxic to coral reefs. My grandfather has a company for beach cleanups, and he makes laws like no fishing zones. My second reason why Portland Public Schools should reduce plastic is because, according to FLAWS says microplastic particles can also accumulate polychlorinated biphenyls, other chemicals that are linked to harmful health effects, including various cancers, a weakened immune system, reproductive problems, and more. Once these chemicals are inside of us, even low doses may have an effect. This makes me feel sick because I eat the food that has plastic in the animal's body, and we are basically killing ourselves, but we don't know it. First of all, one of the solutions I have for PPS is to stop using plastic in our lunch. One of the ways you can do this is to hire perhaps some of our parents. Furthermore, my parents cook ethnic foods such as healthy rice and soup. We could also introduce different kinds of vegetables and fruits for students, thus making healthy students. We could use the old-fashioned way of using washable bowls and silverware. Also, since there are many cultures in our school, it would be a wonderful education to share with you my Palau foods. In conclusion, I have given you plenty of examples to reduce the use of single-use plastic in our school lunches. Perhaps you could try recycling at least the plastic bags that hold our lunch. And please use the paper bag that can be recycled. It's not difficult, and it's really not that hard. It's not that expensive, and it's saving our planet as well. There are solutions as well, such as banana leaves and other paper containers that would keep our food just as fresher, if not fresher. In addition, if you were to do this, maybe my island of Palau would not be destroyed and people's health would not be harmed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Kylie Loggy.
Okay. Oh, Kylie? It's Diane.
Oh, okay.
Okay, come on. Oh, I think I was that over there. Okay, your name. Nice and loud. Your name.
My name is Diane Rax, spelled R-A-X. Dear PPS board members, my name is Diane Rax, and I am a 5th grade activist at Bridget Elementary School. I'm writing this letter to you because I am concerned about the plastic that's going into our ocean. Did you know that not only do marine animals eat plastic, but humans do too? You guys need to wake up and realize that the earth is in danger because of plastic, and the plastic pollution is only growing because of the plastic lunches at our schools. Sure, we stopped using plastic straws, but is that enough? No, it's not. If PPS schools could just stop using any sort of plastic for the school lunches, we could help and contribute to solve this problem. The first reason why I think we should stop using plastic in our schools is because plastic is hurting the marine animals. According to Nizella, scientists say that they have found bits of plastic in the marine animals' bodies. It's believed that it could have possibly came from chip bags and plastic wrappers. With this information, we know that the marine animals could have gotten sick from this. Some marine animals have probably eaten dirty bits of plastic, which brings me to my second piece of evidence. Marine animals and ocean animals don't look for food with their eyes. So if they smell anything that smells like food, they'll eat it. A scientist proved it. The scientist took 3 items: plain plastic, plastic that smelled like sea plants, and an object that smelled like krill. When he put those things in a container full of anchovies, the anchovies mainly went for the plastic that smelled like sea plants and the object that smelled like krill. None went for the plain plastic. This is the reason why we should stop using plastic for our school lunches. The second reason why I think we should stop using plastic in our schools is because plastic also goes into human bodies. Some schools might serve some sort of seafood for the students. Did you ever think about how those sea creatures might have eaten some microplastics? If they did, then the students eating the sea creatures would have ate some microplastics too. Instead of using plastic, we could use silicone, because silicone is kind of like plastic. However, silicone degrades better. It's also less harmful for marine animals and humans. Some people may say that plastic is good for food. That's why they use plastic for it. Well, I don't blame them. After all, plastic preserves food longer. But we could always find an alternative. Lastly, I want to tell you about how plastic is affecting the Pacific Islands. I came from there myself. It's truly devastating to hear about the islands being endangered. The plastic in the ocean might not seem like a big deal in the US, but it's such a big problem for those people on islands. Since the plastic is helping climate change, ice melts. Since the ice melts, the ice turns into water and becomes ocean water. If the ocean ever does overflow, then the water can easily flow through the island since the island is flat. Not only will the water flood the island, but it will kill the crops that the people grow there. And those crops are the main food source that the people eat on the islands. So, to prevent islands from getting flooded, we have to get plastic out of our schools. Conclusion. In conclusion, plastic is damaging and hurting our earth, bit by bit. And what are you guys going to do? Sit there and work and watch the earth crumble? I know. Even if you guys do remove plastic from our schools, the plastic pollution would still be a huge problem, but it would definitely make a change. I would think that we would want to leave this world in better condition than how we got it. You, as a school board member, have the power to enact something as simple as getting rid of plastic in our school lunches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Kylie logging now.
Yes. Silent. Silent. Come on. You want to read it on here or your book? Your book. Okay, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Sarah Levy, spelled L-O-G-G-I-E. I'm one of Miss Shankly's fifth graders. She and her students last year protested until the school agreed to no straws, use silverware, and cloth aprons. This year there was COVID-19, and that has made things hard. Those who could went plogging. This is a combination of jogging and picking up litter. I already use plastic bags at my house. At school, we read articles on it. The problem is growing. It's getting too hot and it's making farming hard. We need farming to be easy so we can eat food. This is where you come in by stopping plastic in our school lunches. Here are my reasons why. Okay, who loves turtles? They get confused by plastic bags, which leads to either choking or thinking they're full but aren't and starving to death. Or maybe someone comes and helps them. 2 out of 3 boys leave to death. Not a good chance of survival. This is where I want you to come in and help by reducing the school lunch plastic. I know it seems like it's small in a world full of so much, and you might think, what would that do? Well, that's a problem right there. If we all think that, then no one gets anything done. In other words, it's like if all the worker ants thought it won't make a difference if I help carry the food, then who's going to? No one will. That's why you need to help stop that chain. Be the ant that picks up the food, not the one that thinks it won't matter, because it does matter. I think if we work together, we can stop this chain, help our marine life and ourselves. Yes, us too. I have a question. Who enjoys sushi? I like sushi, and there's plastic in it. That's right, fish is sushi, and fish eat plastic. We eat fish, which means we eat the microplastics in them. Not such a delicious idea now, is it? Well, let's start off with saying we need to stop global warming. It is not a good thing. It is destroying our Earth, and by the year 2050, it will be permanent. That's only 29 years from now. That means we will never be able to reverse it. Plastic is the main source of global warming because when it's made into something, it's heated up when being rolled into a shape. That means the C in CO2, in other words, the carbon in CO2 is emitted when it combines with O2, in other words, oxygen, it creates CO2, which is heating up our planet, which also means that the marine life impact is only part of the problem. We get affected by global warming too. The problem is only getting worse by the minute. We need to do something about it. We need you to help by getting rid of the plastic in our school lunches. Silicone, rubber, wood, bamboo, metal, beeswax wrap, cardboard, paper, foil, and butcher paper are all things that aren't plastic that you can use. Furthermore, I would like you to consider using these things because plastic is not good for our environment or us. In other words, it's not really that good to use plastic, especially when you consider the fact that in the long run, it's not worth it. For example, take a look at fire zones. They are getting bigger because Earth is getting hotter, and the Earth is getting hotter because of things like plastic. Bamboo is a plant, so it's good for the earth if it returns to soil eventually. Metal can be used for metal straws, so that's good. Cardboard and butcher paper are also solutions. All you have to do is use them. In conclusion, I know that we are on a path of destruction and fire and no one wants to walk there. I know we can take that first step of change. All we have to do is try. Last but not least, the choice is in your hands. Are you going to be the pollution or the solution? Either way, I hope you learned why you should take a hard look at our school lunches. Let's set a goal to eliminate half the plastic in our school lunches at minimum. For example, trade out plastic bags with paper bags. Finally, this is the only world we have. Let's try to take better care of it than when we came into it. Thank you for your time today. Now you know my reasons of why I think we shouldn't use plastic in our school lunches.
Thank you. We have Grace Blasky.
Hi, my name is Grace Blaschke. Blaschke is B-L-A-S-C-H, my plastic pollution book. Introduction. Dear Portland Public School Board members, guess what? The Great Pacific Garbage Patch is 2 times the size of Texas, the biggest U.S. state. I'm Grace Blaschke, and I'm a 5th grade activist in Ms. Schonqueller's class at Bridger School. I'm writing to you because I see too much plastic in the school lunches. No, COVID might be a good excuse, but it is not. A lot of companies think everything has to be wrapped in plastic to be safe during COVID, but it does not always have to be in plastic wrapping. Over the last few months, I've been thinking about plastic pollution a lot, and it really hurts my heart to think about. I've tried to reduce as much as I can. I do get that it's hard to reduce all plastics, but I try to do as much as I can. That is what I'm asking you to do too. I think that the school district needs to reduce the use of plastic in the lunches because it hurts marine animals, puts bad fumes in the air, and gets in our food and water. It hurts marine animals. After plastic goes to a landfill, it sometimes blows away into waterways and eventually makes its way to the ocean. Sometimes animals mistake plastic bags as jellyfish. Animals wash up on beaches and are found with plastics in their bodies. It worries me because I might be eating sea life that has plastic bits in it, called microplastics. According to Google, fish, seabirds, sea turtles, and marine mammals can be entangled in or digest plastic debris, causing suffocation, starvation, and drowning. Plastic kills up to 1 million seabirds a year. As with sea turtles, when seabirds ingest plastic, it takes up room in their stomach, sometimes causing starvation. Puts bad fumes in the air. To make plastic, puts carbon in the air. The carbon, when bonds with 2 oxygen and forms CO2 in the air. CO2 warms up the earth and glaciers are melting by the minute. According to Earth, classified satellite images show glaciers are melting faster than ever. According to Google, the burning of plastic releases toxic dioxins, furans, mercury, and polychlorinated biphenyls into the atmosphere and poses a threat to vegetation, human, and animal health. Burning plastic also releases black carbon, which contributes to climate change and air pollution. Solutions. There are some alternatives to plastic in our lunches, though. You could hire cooks. They could cook the food for the lunches, wrap it in butcher paper, put it in paper bags. You can also buy fresh fruits and vegetables. It does cost more money, but a few extra dollars is worth the child's health, right? There are 49,000 students in PPS. That is a lot of kids using more than one piece of plastic almost every day. I know that not all the students get the lunches, but a lot of them do. Imagine 1,000 students using 5 pieces of plastic going into a landfill every day. Conclusion. In conclusion, I hope I changed your mind about plastic pollution in the world. I love Portland Public Schools, but the school district needs some change now in our school lunches. The plastic in the lunches needs to be reduced because it puts bad fumes in the air, hurts marine animals, puts bad fumes in the air, gets in our food and water. Even if I did not change your minds, I want you to know that I'm not going to stop being an activist for the rest of my life because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Schunkweiler.
I want to thank the superintendent, Guadalupe Guerrero, who knows that I like to make a little bit of good trouble, and the board members for allowing these 5th grade activists to express their concerns about the plastic in our school lunches. I also want to thank my principal, Melissa Schochner, for encouraging me to teach what is important. I couldn't be prouder of these young activists, first for their remarkable argumentative essays, and second for being activists for change. As I hear these essays, I have many thoughts. As a teacher, I know I need to teach the truth to my students about climate change and racial injustice, especially how it affects our students' heritage, the Pacific Islands, Central and South America, the African continent, and many more places throughout the world. According to our climate, there can be no more delay in addressing the climate crisis. It is called catastrophic by scientists, genocide by island nations, and death to our continent by African climate diplomats. There's no more slack time. Climate is everything. Plastics are one contributor to our climate crisis that these students can see firsthand. Locally, this is arguably the biggest problem affecting our community. As you drive down the streets of Portland, you see plastic and trash everywhere. This plastic waste is on the streets where we live and the school grounds where we work. When we teach about this problem, students also need to know that there are solutions and that they can be a catalyst for change. That's where you all come in. My students need to see some action. Action drives and encourages them to continue to fight for change. As the students mentioned, we need to reduce plastic in our school lunches. Here are 6 solutions that Portland Public Schools should implement. 1, have ethnic foods hired and cooked by some of the community members, possibly parents. 2, use more fresh fruits and vegetables, even during COVID times, instead of being wrapped in plastic. 3, use containers like cardboard or find companies that use sustainable packaging. Why are we supporting big oil and gas companies that supply plastic wrappings that are hurting the health and heritage of many of our students and our planet? 4, supply each school with silverware containers for recycling food waste and milk cartons, cloth aprons, and reusable gloves for cleanup. Have it all set up for them. Videos on how the program works in schools, and give one teacher a stipend to run the program in each school. I know 5th grade would be a good place to start that. 5, have a goal to eliminate all plastics by 2025 and show progress made each year by sharing what products were eliminated because of the carbon footprint. 6, provide community gardens that help feed underprivileged students and schools with nutritious food and teach all students how to be stewards of our earth. In addition, I would like the board to contact these students, telling them their solutions and how they, our young activists, can help Portland Public Schools solve our plastic problems. Their emails are on the information given to you along with their essays. The students crafted their essays using Book Creator. It might be nice to display these books on the PPS website. Finally, I want to thank Portland Public Schools for 37 years of employment. It has been an honor to work for such a progressive district. Although I am retiring, I plan to continue to cause a little bit of good trouble, helping our district find solutions to the plastic catastrophe and to support our young activists in finding their voices for change. Again, my students and I look forward to hearing from you on our next steps together to solve this problem. Thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Teacher, Ms. Schunkweiler, thank you for hosting us in your classroom and seeing your students at work. And thank you for confessing at the end there that you're celebrating many, many years of service to Portland Public Schools students, and for all of our educators who were ahead of the curve in producing students who are looking at real world issues and becoming change agents and the things in the way that we describe our vision. Thank you for your forward thinking and many years in serving our students in that manner. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope to hear from you soon and see some action.
Ms. Bradshaw, thank you all so much, all the students who spoke, and for our amazing teacher. I know we have further public comment. Ms. Bradshaw, who's next on our agenda tonight?
Edie Rogaway.
Welcome. It looks like you're still muted.
I apologize.
There you go. It's okay. It's Zoom Live. Thank you.
Yep. My name is Edie Rogaway. My last name is spelled R-O-G-O-W-A-Y. And thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Since she was a little girl, I have drilled the art of the apology into my 14-year-old's brain. Because when you apologize, when you genuinely apologize, you give the other person nowhere to go. Unless you're a total schmuck, you're going to accept the apology and move on. I'm here today as a parent, actually as a client, asking for an apology from all of you. The board, the union, the teachers, the district owe us an apology. Who is us? It is your clients. Every single parent of a PPS student, something we have lost sight of. It is not the teachers, it is not the union, it is not the board, it is not the district, it is us, the parents. It is time to tell the truth and admit what this is. This is the union holding our kids hostage in an attempt to leverage bargaining terms they've wanted years before the pandemic. To the teachers who got vaccinated before the population that will die without the vaccine, thanks to our governor's priorities, who then voted not to return to school, you owe us an apology. To the board who caved to the union's threats and the union's bullying, who agreed to 4 hours a week of study hall, you owe us an apology. To the union who cares more about your members, more about money, more about vacation days than you care about our kids, you owe us an apology. And to any of you in any camp who disagree with the union but refuse to speak out publicly, well, you owe us an apology too. And you really set a bad precedent when we're trying to tell our kids every day to speak up and raise hell when no one else is willing to do so. You all have one primary job, which is to educate our kids. And I would respectfully ask that you do your job. We mourn the 2,613 Oregonians who have died from COVID, but how dare Pat, how dare the union use COVID, use our kids as bargaining chips? And can we please have some perspective? The leading cause of death among Oregon youth by miles, there's not even a second, is suicide. We all know that for kids who are abused and neglected, it is the adults in their school who are most likely to see it and do something about it. What do you think life is like for those kids? I do not believe that PPS will return to full-time in-person learning in the fall. I have lost faith. I have to say, I'm sad to say that. As long as you continue to gaslight us, as long as you continue evading the truth by throwing out terms like racist, equity, privilege, with no rational context, nothing will change. So we as parents are left with two bad options. Continue with this unacceptable subpar education or pull out. I can't count the number of families I know who have pulled out in the last 2 months for private school. These are the field trip chaperones and the room parents and the fundraisers and the classroom volunteers who have had it. These are the parents who are bridging the gap for all kids, all kids.
Thank you for your comment. Your time has ended. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's great that like you let the kids go on for 8 minutes and you didn't let me finish my remarks. I have 30 seconds left, so I would at least ask for the respect to finish my remarks. Can I do that, please?
I would ask us to move on to our next speaker. Thank you.
You had what, an hour, 50 minutes of these kids about plastics?
Bradshaw,
this is so disrespectful. This is.
Thank you. And we will hear our next speaker. Thank you.
Brian Chu.
Hello. My name is Brian Chu, that's spelled C-H-U, and I'm a teacher at Harriet Tubman Middle School. With all this talk about reopening schools in the fall, we have to wonder what other wounds are being reopened and how much salt is being poured and rubbed into them. For some of us, school has never been safe. There's always been a disconnect between you who make decisions and us who have to teach through them. I'm here to give testimony to document this moment in history where change is inevitable. And my hope is that you stand with me on the right side of it. A year passed and everything has changed and nothing has changed. Old acronyms have been replaced with new ones, yet the same toxic positivity, predatory philanthropy, and white supremacist gatekeeping is still intact. Data teams are now called PLCs, professional learning communities.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I can't hear you. Can anyone else hear Mr. Chu? Is it just me? No, Brian? Kara, Ms. Bradshaw, can you help us? It looks like he's frozen now. Mr. Chu, are you there?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we lost audio on you for a second. I'm going to restart your timer. Can you go ahead and restart your testimony, please? Because I want to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Okay, gotcha. From the top?
I'm not sure where we lost you, so I don't want to miss any. So yeah, let's go ahead and start from the top.
Apologies. My name is Brian Chu, and that's spelled C-H-U, and I'm a teacher at Harriet Tubman Middle School. With all this talk about reopening schools in the fall, we have to wonder what other wounds are being reopened and how much salt is being poured and rubbed into them. For some of us, school has never been safe. There's always been a disconnect between you who make the decisions and us who have to teach through them. I'm here to give testimony to document this moment in history where change is inevitable, and my hope is that you stand with me on the right side of it. A year has passed and everything has changed and nothing has changed. Old acronyms have been replaced with new ones, yet the same toxic positivity, predatory philanthropy, and white supremacist gatekeeping is still intact. Data teams are now called PLCs, professional learning communities. RJ, restorative justice, is now RESJ, racial equity and social justice. PBIS, positive behavioral interventions and supports, and RTI, response to intervention, have been rebranded as MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, carried out by TOSA's Teachers on Special Assignment. Bill Gates, now the largest farmland owner in the United States, Microsoft, and Melinda Gates have moved on to greener pastures. So the white savior's burden of nailing teachers and students to the academic learning cross and carrying the CCSS, the Common Core State Standards, on their SBACs, get it, SBAC, Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, has been handed off like a baton in a relay race to Karen Niemi and her company CASEL, or CASEL, Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, to bear and to carry in this new era of SEL, Social and Emotional Learning, and they're calling it a movement. SEL, the new and improved non-academic Common Core crusade, will help EdTech corporations unlock, I repeat, individual potential and exploit humans as a resource. SEL and CASEL are being introduced the same way AVID, advancement via individual, I repeat, individual determination, and the NSIF, the Nike School Innovation Fund, were introduced back in 2007. With a little bit of grit, perseverance, and rugged individualism, if a scholar can think college and just do it, they can overcome white supremacy, settler colonialism, capitalism, patriarchy, and any of the interlocking systems of oppression that bind us all. Through surveillance of our content and surveillance of our classrooms, what we do and what we do not do, and what our scholars do and what they do not do, is being collected and converted into numbers, percentages, decimals, and data points stored on a dashboard to be bought and sold. The fourth industrial revolution and the global technocratic takeover is here, and we have gatekeepers inside and outside the district that have plans and are doubling down against our best interests. Superintendent Guadalupe Guerrero, will your GVC, the Guaranteed Viable Curriculum, guarantee teachers and students of color a viable future here in Portland Public Schools? No. Bettina Love or Betsy DeVos, you can't remain neutral on a moving train. I've been teaching for 23 years, and 14 of those years have been in this district, always in hostile, hyper-racialized, racist white spaces and literally toxic environments. I could easily just teach, or I can tear it down, and I choose to do both and put my reputation, home, and life on the line for other people's children because that's the right thing to do. My honesty and my perspective is only welcome when it sits within a certain dominant racialized truth. When it doesn't, that's when I'm uninvited from the team, uninvited from the committee, placed under investigation, put on a plan of assistance, moved from core electives. Does our district policy produce or sustain racial inequity between racial groups in our schools? We already know the answer. So is it really that difficult to understand why this district can't seem to recruit and retain teachers of color? And this is how I'm treated as an adult when I imagine the students in the Roosevelt ASG whose demands have still not been met.
Can you please mute Mr. Chu? Thank you for your testimony tonight. Ms. Bradshaw, who is our next public speaker?
We have David Schulten.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. David Skolten, last name is spelled S-C-H-O-L-T-E-N, and my pronouns are he, him. My testimony tonight is about, I want to speak about white supremacy culture in our schools. White supremacy culture is often defined as the ideology that white people and their ideas, thoughts, beliefs, and actions are superior to people of color and their ideas, thoughts, beliefs, and actions. The murder of George Floyd was a clear manifestation of white supremacy. While PPS is not physically attacking students, there are countless examples of decisions and policies that create a culture that contributes to what Dr. Bettina Love calls the spirit murdering of Black students. When a Black former employee testifies at a board meeting that he believes person in PPS are racist and the chair of the meeting becomes indignant without even allowing time for the words of the speaker to sink in, we see white supremacy culture. White supremacy characteristic, defensiveness. When people respond to challenging ideas with defensiveness, making it very difficult to raise those ideas. When Portland Public Schools prioritizes the voices of a few, mostly white, loud, and as we just heard, often obnoxious, affluent parents in the return to schools and refuses to push back against arbitrary deadlines set by Governor Brown, we see white supremacy culture. White supremacy characteristic, right to comfort. The belief that those with power have a right to emotional and psychological comfort, and scapegoating those who cause discomfort. When PPS uses poorly trained principals to deliver watered down racial equity PD that offers no opportunity to confront and uproot painful truths about ourselves and the systems in which we work, we see white supremacy culture. White supremacy characteristic, quantity over quality. When little value is attached to process and attempts are made to avoid uncomfortable emotions and feelings. When educators who choose to teach outside the BESC to highlight inequities, like the fact that our superintendent makes over $300,000 a year, and many of our custodians make only $14 an hour, and those educators are directed to relocate with no rational justification, and when they seek a process for formal complaint and receive no response for 6 weeks until those in leadership are pressured by a member of the board to respond, we see white supremacy culture. White supremacy culture characteristic, paternalism, when those in power don't think it's important to understand the viewpoint of those for whom they're making decisions. When PPS leadership through accelerated schools suggests longer student days, more PD for educators, and more time for data analysis, more of the same teachers are the problem thinking, that distracts us from actual problems like class sizes and lack of student mental health supports, we see white supremacy culture. White supremacy characteristic, quantity over quality. Things that can be measured are more highly valued than things that cannot. When we continue to rely on racist standardized testing instead of expert educator assessments, and when 92% of educators object to administering standardized map testing in a virtual environment, and 18 schools and several PTAs send letters asking for the test to be paused, and the district continues anyway, white supremacy culture. I'll just wrap up with an ask for the board, if I may. White supremacy culture operates to create an environment that is welcome for many white students and families, and a hostile place for many BIPOC students and families. And I'm hoping that we can work together to get training and use professionally outside professional development from outside sources, so that we can all work to uproot this ideology. I really look forward to doing this work with you, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I appreciate you hearing the timer and wrapping up your words. Thank you very much. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have any further public comment tonight?
Yes, we have Pedro Engalada Cordero.
My name is Pedro Anglada Cordero, Angladacordero. I'm speaking as a parent tonight. On May 13th, water access was shut off at Bridger Elementary. For the rest of that day, there was no access to water for all students and educators at that school building. On that day, no proper communication was provided to the school community, parents, or teachers about why safe water was not available to students and teachers when the problem would be fixed. That day, PPS followed its course by continuing classes without providing such a basic need for the student body. During the following days, water towers were replaced by the water fixtures that were removed, but no cups or cones were available for students to access the water. As of last Friday, May 21st, this was not resolved. Communications by PPS to the community states that all safety concerns related to environmental hazards present in the building, including asbestos and safe clean water, were resolved, but providing little to no substantial data showing how these issues were mitigated. When facing the questions of whether students and educators were drinking unsafe water contaminated with lead, PPS is unable to be transparent and refers people to access their website where the lead testing reports can be found. Not surprisingly, the results in said reports show that lead levels were actually high in several water fixtures of the school, including the cafeteria. The EPA has set the maximum contaminant level goal for lead in drinking water at 0 because it is toxic metal that can be harmful at low exposure and can bioaccumulate. The issue of lead in drinking water in PPAs came to the public's attention in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. It is the year 2021. How many schools are currently facing the same situation without the community's awareness? Not reaching out to communities and being transparent when problems of public health are present is an example of inequitable practices and lack of care for the communities organizations are tasked to serve. Directing communities to access websites, to access vital information is another example of inequitable practices and lack of care for communities. Being transparent is real anti-racist work. With this situation currently at play, statements of solidarity with the Asian and Black community are performative and checkbox approach towards anti-racist work and upholds white supremacy. Let's not forget that Bridger Elementary is located at the Southeast 82nd Corridor, which will continue to serve high numbers of Asian, Black, and Latino students. Performative and checkbox approach towards anti-racist work is dangerous and it hurts communities. I am very disappointed at this school board. I'm disappointed at PPS. I'm disappointed at you. I'm disappointed at you, Superintendent Guerrero.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradshaw, sorry, what was that, Ms. Bradshaw? We have no further public comment?
Yes, we're done.
Okay, it is 7:58, so I encourage us to take a break. We will come back at 8:04, so that'll give us a little bit over 5 minutes. I'll see you all back here at 8:04.
I've got tears in my eyes. I'm trying to reel my friend from my road. That train must be right. Oh, Saturday night, 'cause I'm dying.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We're celebrating our 40 years of Jefferson Dancers.
40th anniversary, yes.
We brought something really special this year.
And I wanted to get as many people involved as possible.
And we've decided to get alumni from different years, so the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s.
5, 6, 7, 8. So I've rounded up about 250 alumni on Facebook. So we started a group, and about 40 of them are brave enough to come back and be part of the festivities on stage celebrating with this year's company.
It's really amazing, actually. Like, in 30 years, I wish to be dancing as well, like along with them, maybe even at the, as an alumni here.
So my name is Charlotte Fayard, and I come from France, and I was a Jefferson dancer in 2001, 2002.
And she flew in 2 nights ago to be part of the show. She's going to be performing Friday and Saturday evening.
Dancing here in Portland again after all these years is quite a nice experience. I'm very excited about it.
I think these students learn a lot within the program, not just dance. I mean, it's discipline, it's being focused, it's treating this company like a job. I run it like a professional dance company.
It changes people's lives, and having a pre-professional dance company in a high school is unlike any other program in Portland and in the state and in the nation. It's a very unique program.
It makes me feel good. It makes me feel like, I don't know, it makes me feel like myself. Like a lot of like when I go on the stage, I can be myself and I can, have fun and be who I want to be and not what anyone else wants me to be.
Did you still want to delay that?
I'd still like to delay it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to provide your report?
Yes, Chair, I would love to. Just give us a moment to get situated here.
No problem.
There we go. All right, well, good evening, directors. It's been quite a good evening. And buenas tardes to those of you joining us via live stream from home. I'm going to begin by asking for your indulgence as I humbly offer a reflection on this particular day. Because a year ago, we all recognize we were all reeling from the pain of the brutality with which Mr. George Floyd was killed on national television. Our hearts broke as the footage of Mr. Floyd pleading for his mother was played over and over again to a non-responsive blue wall. His murder laid bare for all of us to see the depth of our country's legacy of anti-Black racism. So through our collective heartache and grief, and in the days and months
Where'd you guys go?
that have followed,
An hour later.
young people,
Director Constant wasn't muted there. Sorry, Superintendent.
Through our collective heartache and grief, and in the days and the months that followed, young people led the way in making their voices heard in protest. Here in Portland, the nation watched as PPS students marched in the streets demanding justice. Our own students were featured in the national news for their courage and activism. And throughout our community's protests, we were encouraged and cautioned by Black thought leaders in this racial reckoning. Charles Blow discouraged us from seeking hollow performative acts characterized as feel-good gestures that cost nothing and shift no power. They create no justice and provide no equity. Nicole Hannah-Jones, a former Portlander, reminded us of past uprisings that produced hand-wringing and consternation, but few necessary structural changes. Instead, she urges us on. If we're truly at the precipice of a transformative moment, she says, the most tragic of outcomes would be that the demand be too timid and the resolution too small. Thank you for this evening, directors. I think you've proved that. If we are indeed serious about creating a more just society, we must go much further than that. We must get to the root of it. So at PPS, we take seriously the words, the advice of these leaders, our students, families, staff, and our community who demand we seize the opportunity born of a moment that has cost too many Black lives. This is our work and our commitment to racial justice. School district transformation is deeply personal to me and to all of us. And this ongoing struggle for justice, educational or otherwise, it's emotionally and physically taxing. As our school district's leader, as a man of color living in Portland, Oregon, I regularly reflect on this past year and what it means for us. Our community came together to create our district's vision and North Star, our reimagination of the future and what we want for our students so that they're prepared to lead change and improve the world so that it is a more socially just place. All four elements contained in our vision, our core values, a graduate portrait, educator essentials, and system shifts. They're explicit about our commitment to racial justice. In order to advance toward vision and to achieve your board goals for student outcomes, PPS developed a theory of action on the next slide for change to identify key priorities in our emerging strategic plan. And we often see colleagues from around the country who take note of our theory of action because they say, it's pretty explicit, it's pretty bold. When we say, if we braid racial equity and social justice strategies into our instructional core, work with our students, teachers, and content, and build our organizational culture and capacity to create a strong foundation to support every student, then we will reimagine Portland Public Schools to ensure every student, especially our Black and Native American students, realize the vision of the graduate portrait. This theory of action is driven both by our targeted universalism and the rugged honesty about Black and Native student experience at PPS. It disrupts the cultural racism that provides false narratives about our students and makes explicit our commitment. It gives rise to conditions that lead to success and joy of learning for every student because we won't allow for the dark corners that give space to racism. To help us in this, we adopted an updated racial equity social justice lens as a critical thinking tool, helping us to develop a shared analysis and a cohesive approach to advancing racial equity. We continue to get better at strategically applying this lens to high leverage decisions, including in our budget development process and in how we invest critical resources. And it's important to call out that these investments include a 40% increase in funding for our RESJ partnerships, where 19 culturally specific partners are implementing targeted strategies, including wraparound services, positive cultural identity development, culturally specific family engagement, mentoring, and extended learning and enrichment. Our investments also include increased funding for in-school support, such as culturally specific mental health, more counselors, social workers, and staffing for restorative practices in response to hate incidents. Our investments include a prioritization of the Center for Black Student Success. This year, we also continued our learning journey, building on the foundation of years of courageous conversations and moving into applying our knowledge of critical race theory and culturally responsive and sustaining pedagogy into practice. Through utilization of our RESJ professional development framework, which identifies learning standards, and our partnership with Center for Equity and Inclusion, we launched 21 different learning cohorts, and over 915 PPS employees have participated so far. We also launched several major initiatives grounded in our values to improve the student experience. Last summer, we changed our relationship with the Portland Police Bureau, and we no longer have armed resource officers in our schools. Instead, we're reimagining what safety and belonging means and how to ensure that every student, particularly our Black and Native students, feel ownership and empowerment at PPS. We also embarked on a comprehensive redesign of our administrative directive regarding school naming. In our naming and defining places work, 2 high school communities renamed their schools to better reflect our commitment to RESJ in name, Ida B. Wells and Leotis V. McDaniel High Schools, and in practice. These school communities are both exemplars of student-led change as well as leadership in building more inclusive and anti-racist learning communities. What I'm excited about is that our collective work is showing promise. There's evidence that we're on the right track. Graduation rates at PPS are up, coming in at 83.7% overall for the class of 2020. Our students continue to demonstrate growth year over year. These are a few of the 3-year trends, which include the 1920 school year with its many challenges. Black students had a 12.3 percentage point gain. Both Latinx students and multiracial students had a 4.8 percentage point gain. This data represents the persistence of our students, the dedication of our teachers and staff, the leadership of our administrators, and the support of our culturally specific partners, who together implement relevant and effective strategies to support our students and their families. This serves as validation that our continued focus on student opportunities and outcomes, the investments we're making, the specific ways that we've chosen to utilize funds such as Measure 98 and Student Investment Account are paying off. We've made these choices using our community design vision that calls out the importance of centering our students, offering exposure to careers and access to expanded opportunities and culturally specific supports as part of their school experience. Last Tuesday, I convened my cabinet, school leaders, and our RESJ partners, where we reviewed their data to date. And I'm happy to report that these 19 culturally specific partners have collectively now served 2,050 students this school year and reported 55,795 specific direct service hours to those students. We also have the Successful School Survey. It's an annual measure of our student, staff, and family experiences across PPS. Students in grades 6 through 12 reported a 20% favorable increase in relationships with their teachers this year. There were many factors contributing to this improvement from last year. Our targeted strategies and focus are showing promise. That includes a recognition that our workforce should be diverse and representative of our student body. You have here on the slide a second bar graph. You'll notice, and you heard in a community rally this weekend, this demand that PPS should hire 100 educators of color in the next 10 years. Well, I have to tell you, directors, in my 4th year and tenure in this administration, we will reach that goal this spring. You see there in the bar graph, we've hired 92 educators of color just in the last 3 years. In the coming year, we're going to continue to disrupt the structural and institutional racism, preventing our students from thriving while providing these additional supports and collective engagement to achieve our transformation. And there's several opportunities where we'll be reimagining critical areas in our system to help achieve these goals. This includes the Center for Black Student Excellence, our continued work in safety and belonging. We're excited about middle school innovation and redesign, even our purchasing and contracting practices that better meet economic participation goals with certified businesses. And we're going to continue to focus on the learning acceleration, recognizing the disproportionate impacts of the pandemic on our students and families of color. And we're going to do this while supporting one another and providing opportunities for continuous learning and improvement. In the past few weeks, our work to build an anti-racist school system synonymous with excellence has come under attack. And I want to ask for your support in telling our story, especially during a time when some question the impact of our collective anti-racism work. So this type of questioning, these doubts, these attacks even, are more frequent during a time when people perceive that resources are scarce or when political structures are under scrutiny. This is felt more so lately because those who are invested in status quo don't want to see the power shift or outcomes improve. Many are fearful of the change underway. For example, you may have heard about the recent critiques of critical race theory, or those who question the role or resist or advocate against the racist structures that hold us back. CRT helps us understand our history, our present inequities, and the work we're doing together in service of Black, Indigenous, and students and families of color. It's our collective responsibility. Racial justice gets framed as a political issue. Critics say that to state our affirmation that Black lives matter and to focus on those students our system does not serve well leaves white students behind and brings politics into the classroom. I want to be clear that our RESJ work isn't centrally meant to be political. It is a vital set of beliefs and practices deeply interconnected with our community's values. Every student deserves a free and excellent education, and our role as anti-racist leaders compels us to understand who is not being served well and to work together to deliberately do something about it. There are also critics who challenge our commitment, my commitment, to Black and Native students. And when they do this, they negate the powerful work we're doing together. And as the educational leader of our school system, I take responsibility and leadership for this calling seriously. But I also recognize that it's not the work of one school, one program, or one person that's going to mark our success. I'm proud of our work together and our shared understanding that this work is challenging and it makes people uncomfortable, but we can't do it alone. Nor can we move forward in a race-neutral stance. Discomfort, insecurity, and hard work does not deter us. They strengthen my resolve and commitment, and I know I'm in good company and getting into good trouble with all of you, our board, our students and families, PPS staff, and partners. I'm confident that if we can collectively collaborate to create the conditions so that our students of color who experience the greatest barriers, then they can succeed, then we'll fulfill our promise to future generations. So on this anniversary, we're ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with all of you in solidarity with one another and the students that we serve. And of course, our directors play an important role in our anti-racist work. So last week was an important one at the ballot box for Portland Public Schools. 2 new members will join the Portland Public School Board of Directors in the 2021 to 22 school year, and a longtime director will return after they won their races in the May 18th special election, starting with Herman Green in Zone 4, an ordained minister, the father of 4 graduates of Portland schools, including a daughter who's a teacher at Roosevelt High. He will assume the seat held by Director Moore, who did not seek re-election. Gary Hollins in Zone 5, a businessman and community activist. He served on the Multnomah Education Service District Board. He will assume the seat held by Director Bailey, who also did not seek re-election. I've enjoyed my initial conversations with both of these directors-elect. And we welcome back, and Julia Brim-Edwards in Zone 6. Director Brim-Edwards will return for her 3rd term on the board, having originally served 2001 to 2005 and being reelected again in 2017. Director Brim-Edwards, as you know, is a longtime PPS volunteer and alumna. So we will, of course, formally and more thoroughly welcome our new directors and recognize the service of Directors Moore and Bailey next month. In the meantime, just wanted to say congratulations to Director Brim Edwards and Directors-elect Green and Hollins. And the congratulations continue because this week, one of our own, Woodlawn Elementary first grade teacher, Mr. Lionel Clegg, was named On Point Credit Union K-5 Educator of the Year. He was a regular focal point. You may have seen him on KGW TV's Inside Woodlawn series. He's also appeared on the Today Show to talk about his drive to inspire his students as a Black male teacher. Here's what Woodlawn Principal Andrea Porter Lopez had to say about Lionel. Mr. Clegg is a warm demander, and his students want to perform and to participate. He creates a safe learning environment for his students. He sets high expectations for each of them. He provides the individual support that each student needs to rise to the challenge and reach the goal. Lionel models his expectations and approaches every moment as a teaching and learning moment. He listens to his students' responses and questions and treats them respectfully by honoring their ideas and answering even the most basic questions. We're very proud of Mr. Clegg. This is a high honor indeed. Our thanks to On Point Credit Union for continuing to celebrate and spotlight educators in our community. Congratulations, Mr. Clegg. And spring is always a time for a number of new administrative appointments. So I also want to recognize that we have some new school administrators that have been announced in our various communities. That includes Becky Berry at Sitten, Anthony Bromberg as the new Access Academy principal, and Dr. Jill Hunt at West Sylvan Middle Schools. We also have Catherine Galloway, who will be serving at Maplewood Elementary School. Chris Silva is joining PPS and will be leading Rigler Elementary School. And Christy Mize will be leading Creative Science School this coming fall. So new faces on the board, new faces in our school buildings, and even some new faces in our central office team. So I'm particularly excited to introduce this evening Mr. Jamal Tibbs, our very own new district and family liaison. Jamal comes to PPS from Urban Services YMCA of San Francisco, where he served as director of the Western Addition Family Resource Center. With over 20 years of experience in education and social services, Jamal has served students and their families as a special education high school educator, a school social worker, and a secondary and central office administrator. In his role as district and family liaison, Jamal will serve as a direct link between PPS and families to address concerns and issues in support of every student achieving academic success and social emotional well-being. He'll be coordinating and working closely with the Office of School Performance, the Office of Student Support Services, and all of our school administrators to address and resolve parent and or community concerns. Jamal earned his Bachelor of Science degree in Special Education from Virginia State University, a Master's in Social Work degree from Norfolk State University, and an Educational Specialist degree from Regent University. He comes from a military family and has lived in multiple states as well as overseas for several years. So we're glad to have Jamal here with us tonight, and as is our tradition, invite him to say a few words. Mr. Tibbs.
Jamal. Mr. Tibbs, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
All right, I'm going to continue, and if Roseanne or staff can check in with Mr. Tibbs, we'll have him join us. Oh, here he is. Is he here? Sorry for the pause. He was on the screen. I thought we'd be ready to go.
I think he's no longer in the meeting at this moment.
Okay. So I just have one additional slide here. This was to provide directors with a little bit of an update on our summer and fall plans. Directors will be getting a much more thorough, detailed report at our next meeting, but I know that our families are eager to learn about what exactly are we offering for summer programming. I can tell you a whole cross-section of staff from different departments and a lot of community agents, community-based organizations and partners are working diligently to put together a pretty exciting catalog of offerings for families. We expect at this pace, hopefully to have this ready to publish and send out to all of our families at the end of this week. This catalog is an evolving document, but we intend to put this in front of families as soon as possible so that they can begin to see what summer options are available and they can begin to do their planning and logistics accordingly. So looking ahead, we'll be giving board directors a fuller presentation on some of the themes and the strands of options that are going to be made available there. We'll also be giving a fuller update on what we're continuing to learn about potential vaccine requirements, as well as another strand of work that staff has been engaged in designing, and that's what kind of virtual school offering we might make available for those families who want to continue to have that as an option for their students. So there's going to be much more to come about the summer and the fall. But in the meantime, just be on the lookout for messages, communications, and the catalog to be landing, hopefully by the end of this week in of all of our families' mailboxes. And were we successful in bringing Mr. Tibbs aboard? Maybe not.
I see him.
I'm here. Good evening.
There he is.
Sorry about that. You know how it is sometimes with the technical difficulties and everything, but I am the new district and family liaison. I'm coming to PPS with 20 years of experience serving students and families on both the East and West Coast. I'm excited to begin this journey working with PPS school communities and fulfilling their goals. As I settle into this role, I'm also looking forward to assisting students and families with resolving concerns and challenges they may encounter, collaborating with the elementary and secondary school communities to ensure student progress and family growth, and lastly, building strong alliances with PPS staff, families, and external agencies to assist students with completing the graduate portrait. I look forward to meeting you all in person. I'm still in transition, but I'm hungry and eager to get out to the schools, spend some time with the principals, meet with families, meet with the extended community, and just learn about the rich history of Portland. Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Welcome.
We're so thankful you're joining us.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I said we're so thankful you're joining us.
I'm glad to be joining you guys. I love the direction you guys are heading in, and I was glad to be a part of this meeting in particular because of what went down earlier with the building and watching the people just become overcome with joy and excitement. And you could tell it's been a long time coming, and I'm glad to see that happen, and I'm happy for everyone involved and the opportunity presented to them from PPS. So thank you for that. And I'm glad to be a part of that. And we'd love to learn more about the community as well.
Well, thank you so much, Jamal, for being with us here this evening. I know I've enjoyed our initial conversations, and I'm looking forward to many, many more.
Likewise. Thank you.
And with the directors, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent. So much incredible work. I really appreciate you illustrating for us all the ways that changes are happening and those system shifts are being embraced. And we have much to celebrate. And I especially want to give a shout out to Mr. Clegg for his amazing work at Woodlawn, and know that we have lots of amazing educators out there making a transformational difference in students' lives. And had a dear friend who had both of her children be students of his, and she continues to just rave about the impact he made on their lives when they got to be in his classroom. All right, we turn now to our board committee reports, and I'm just going to run through our list. Is there anything to report from the audit committee?
Yep, real quick, and this is an important link to later on tonight, the resolution on reopening this fall. So just a quick recap on an ongoing audit that the audit committee received a report on at the last meeting. We heard a presentation on the health and safety checks audits, and as we reopen the schools, the purpose of this audit is to determine whether school buildings are in compliance with the building safety plan put in place due to the pandemic. There's a memo for the board and community members who are interested in the process and procedure of the audit and what's happened to date. They've been to 23 schools so far, the audit team. And I think I'll just give the quick headline, which I think is most important to parents and staff, which is based on the building tours to date, the health and safety checks audits has not identified any non-compliance with building safety plans that would be considered significant. So that's great. Our central office team and the building teams are doing a great job making sure our buildings are safe for our students and our staff. And there's a lot of cooperative work between the auditors and the central office afterwards to make sure that any sort of feedback that needs to come back through to the teams is happening. And I think I would just want to close by making sure that we recognize the team that's been working very closely with the auditors, Juniper Hayden-Straub, who is with the Office of Student Support Services, and also Dan Young's office. Very close cooperation from Natasha Granis, and the audit team wants to thank the central office for the help that they've received in the audit, because this is one way we can assure our students and staff and family that our buildings are safe and they're in compliance with their building safety plans.
Thank you, Director Brim Edwards. Is there anything from the School Improvement Bond Committee?
We have a meeting coming up on Thursday evening. We'll be discussing our business equity program in the May meeting and the June meeting. I know there's a lot of interest from the public on how we're showing up in the contracting and purchasing space, and that would be those would be great meetings to attend to learn more.
Anything from CBRC, Rita? Their work is sort of done for the year. All right. Charter and alternative programs, anything there, Director Constam?
I believe I've reported out from our last meeting, but we'll meet next week. And I just want to really thank the staff, superintendent first and foremost, for being so responsive to the concerns that we have been discussing in our charter and alternative programs committee meetings this year around operational challenges and funding challenges and differentiating resources based on their students' needs. And we got some very good news today about some additions to the budgets for our community-based alternative schools that are represented in the budget. So thank you for paying attention to that forum and the great advocacy of our alternative school leaders, our CBO leaders.
Thank you, Director Constam. Apparently I cut Director Moore off. She wasn't on my screen and I didn't hear her. Director Moore, did you have anything to add about CBRC at this time? You're muted, Rita.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I'm on the phone. It's always a kerfuffle, sorry. Yeah, the CBRC, they completed the 2 reports that they delivered to us at the last meeting. And immediately after that, they turned their attention to a letter that they have submitted to legislators strongly advocating for a state school fund budget of $9.6 billion and laid out a case for why that would be important and the impact of the $9.3 billion. state school fund, which is what's on the table, would produce cuts to PPS, and what kind of impact it would have on students. So that's it.
Thank you. Sorry that I cut you off there. Intergovernmental Committee?
No updates.
Director Moore, is there anything for the Policy Committee separate from our later work tonight?
Yeah, so we're sort of in the process of wrapping up the year's work. We've got a bunch of policies on the agenda for later this evening. The next meeting is June 2nd, which is a Wednesday because of the holiday on Monday. We haven't yet finalized the agenda, but the topics that will likely be on are the two policies on the PPS Foundation and school foundations, climate crisis response, possibly a new indemnification policy, and possibly an introductory discussion of a new ethics policy. That's it.
Thank you. Anything from Rose Porter? Okay. All right. I will now recess the board from its regular meeting and convene us as the Budget Committee. I feel like I should do magic fingers or something to turn us from the board into the Budget Committee. Okay. The board as the Budget Committee has held a public hearing on the proposed 2021-2022 budget. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to make any comments about the proposed budget?
Just a quick intro, Chair Lowry, directors. Before you tonight, you have a budget that I believe is a reflection of the circumstances we're in and many of the anticipated needs ahead, especially as we move into the summer and to a full reopening in the fall. We know that there's a number of residual impacts that are going to remain that we need to take on, and we'll continue to always hold central our commitment to the health and safety of our students and staff. This budget's aligned to our core mission, consistent with our values as a growing, dynamic, diverse community. I believe it reflects our vision, the goals set by our Board of Education, the agreements that we've made with our various employee labor groups and working groups, as well as state and federal policies and laws. So we believe that if we continue focusing on a clearly defined set of strategies, which we're looking forward to really articulating for directors in a multi-year strategic plan in the coming weeks, which will include continuing to improve our organizational capacity and investing in the talent within our school system, more important than ever before. So this budget, I think, continues to reflect our commitment to racial equity in collaboration with our stakeholders and community. So our Black and Native students in particular will have the conditions, the supports to experience success. So we hope you recognize that we're going to continue to work towards meeting our challenges in front of us and remain undeterred in our journey towards realizing our vision and preparing students for a more socially just world. So that's my intro.
All right, thank you, Superintendent. Do I have a motion and second to adopt Resolution 6317, Budget Committee approval of the 2021-22 budget and the imposition of property taxes?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Director Bailey moves and Director Scott seconds the adoption of Resolution 6317. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment? I think Mr. McFerrin is out there waiting patiently for us.
Yes. We got to that faster than expected, so I'm going to bring him over now.
Mr. McFerrin, are you there? All right. Oh, we can't. You're still muted, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
All righty. Good evening, Chair Lowry and members of the PPS School Board. My name is Joe McFerrin, the second, McFerrin. I'd just like to, well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to make a few comments about the budget. But before I go there, I just want to, during these times, it you know, it's tough on us all. And, you know, to hear the pain of some of the folks that testify, you know, speak their truth, and also to hear the superintendent talk about all the accomplishments that have been made. I'm just, I guess I'm full of emotion right now because, you know, it's tough. It's tough. And, you know, I showed up here today just to, on behalf of the community-based alternative schools, to express our gratitude for the support and such a rapid response by Superintendent Guerrero, and the attention from the board for the students who fall through the cracks. And PPS has over the years done a pretty good job of providing a safety net for those kids. But what I'm seeing today, and what I'm expressing gratitude today for, is monumental in my 26 years in alternative education. You know, Tom DeJarden and I, Mount Scott, we sent a proposal back in March, and we said, you know, there's some opportunities to do a little better with community-based alternative schools. And Jonathan Garcia and his team and his folks, and Karina Wolf and Erica Stavis, they went right to work along with the support of the board. And you've made some investments that I know will improve the educational outcomes for so many kids in Portland that are struggling and come from families that historically struggle. And I'm confident that the CBOs, in close work with district staff and all the initiatives that are going on, that we're going to see even more improvements in the future for the students that choose to go to alternative schools. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. And I want to call out Superintendent Guerrero and his team for making us a priority. You know, we will remember this time, especially on this day, as you called out earlier in this meeting about the anniversary of George Floyd. So with that, I'll just close by saying thank you. I'm full of gratitude, and feel free to call on the CBOs to support this work in any way that we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mashari Tyson.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mashari Tyson, Tyson. Good evening, Superintendent Guerrero, school board members, and Student Representative Shu. It was an honor being here tonight to witness greatness within our Black community and see the tremendous collective work that led to tonight's resolution affirming support for the albino vision. I am a kindergarten parent at Markham Elementary School, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Markham Parents Unite, a coalition of parents and community advocates working towards equitable outcomes at Markham. We are lucky to have Lydia Poole-Smith as our exceptional principal. We want to thank you for your attention to our most vulnerable, underserved students, and we have appreciated the thoughtful equity conversations that have occurred over the last several weeks. We are grateful for the board's efforts, even recently elected board members as well, and the district leadership for your effort and time to get to know our community and ensure equitable outcomes. With our huge school of 400 plus students, 39% Black and Native, which 34% are living at or below poverty level, our Markham parents and community advocates are looking forward to qualifying our data in October that will result in reinstating our Title I. A special thank you to the Superintendent's Office for your responsiveness in centering our data and imagining scenarios required for our students to realize the vision for the graduate portrait. We look forward to our continued partnership. And I want to personally thank the CFO and Ms. Clark for conducting the BIPOC budget focus group, which allowed meaningful discussion around equitable solutions for systems shown to not serve vulnerable students well. And to the Equity Office for bringing the racial equity, social justice lens, priorities, and goals to the budget process. Thank you. Our entire district will benefit. Your dedication to our underserved students in this critical year ahead is beyond appreciated. We know providing disparity gap closing efforts for our most vulnerable students breaks down barriers and changes academic outcomes. The Markham community looks forward to continued trajectory changing efforts that demonstrate a fierce dedication to our underserved students this fall and for years to come. Thank you for all of your time, and thank you so much for the direction of Portland Public Schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes who we have signed up for this topic.
Great. All right. I appreciate folks from the public reaching out and speaking out. Is there any board discussion at this time?
I'll jump in really quickly just to pick up on that testimony. And I thank Ms. Tyson, for her testimony. And also just sort of echoing, I really appreciate Superintendent, you and your staff's, diving into this issue. You helped me sort of understand a little bit better as well. Dr. O spent some time with me on Friday, sort of walking through, the situation in Markham and really the situation in a lot of our schools throughout the district. And so thank you for that. I think it actually shows, and also as the, as Mashari noted, the BIPOC budget focus group, I was not able to attend, but, some really rich conversation happened. And I think that's a model we really want to follow in the future. So thank you for that. I have it's a little bit more of a generic question and sort of still a newbie question, even though I've been here almost 2 years. Could you explain, or maybe bring a staff person up to explain a little bit the Title I process and sort of when we go forward with that data? And then also just, again, more generally speaking, I know staff have talked about, even schools that don't qualify for Title I, we have equity funding, we have other funding. And one of the things that I'll just say more generically that I am so excited about this budget, as I was last year, is the continued willingness of the superintendent to really direct resources to the schools that need them. This is the type of thing that, frankly, I think we even need to talk about more. I think we've started to talk about more. And, it is something that I know other districts are nervous about, right? Because, it is a zero-sum game, unfortunately, in budgeting. Even more of a zero-sum game because we ended up, it looks like, or are headed maybe towards a $9.3 billion state school fund budget rather than a $9.6 billion budget. But within that, those decisions are really key, and the willingness to take funding from some schools that are performing better and directed towards where we have underserved kids and kids in need is just it's a very brave thing to do, and it's a very necessary thing to do, and it's very disruptive in a positive way, and the kind of disruption that we talk about in terms of disrupting these systems and systems of oppression that we heard about earlier in tonight's meeting. And so this budget does that. It continues to do that. You've done that since you got here, and I just really appreciate that. So my question generally, how do schools qualify for Title I? And then what's the process as we go through the summer and you look at enrollment figures and everything else to take sort of second looks at those schools?
Yes, thank you, Director Scott, and for acknowledging that, maybe we haven't made much fanfare of this, but each budget season we have successively attempted to turn up the dial on a more equitable resource allocation. So even though a school like Markham might be, per federal guidelines, a little short on the head count, that doesn't mean that we don't think about, the kinds of more equitable conditions they need. So, Dr. O, I think here is going to tell you about what some of those supplementary resources look like. So a school like Markham still has the benefit of some added staffing capacity and resources to do the kind of work that will support our students. But Dr. O, our regional superintendent, is here, and I see a chief of schools is here as well. And if we need, our director of federal programming, who manages our Title I, can certainly weigh in. But Dr. O?
Good evening, directors and Director Lowry. I just do want to thank you for the opportunity to explain everything that we have been doing regarding Markham Elementary. Markham Elementary is in a very unique situation in the sense that, yes, they do have a significant population that is classified as being historically underserved. Specifically, they have about 32% of students who are economically disadvantaged. They also have about 17.4% who are ELs, and then they have another 12.2% or thereabout who are special ed students. So we looked at the data that they do have. We looked at the academic performance of the students. They don't quite qualify for Title I designation because those designations are made on the 1st of October every year. At that point, Markham, for whatever reason, does not qualify. Part of what we determined is because the direct certified kids do not necessarily all get to apply for the services they need, so that they are factored into that determination. However, further down the road, as the year progresses, they do qualify. So I met with Craig Cuellar, the Deputy Superintendent over Instruction, and I also met with Leslie Odell, and we try to come up with some kind of interim funding or interim support system that would help Markham. To date, they have received about $140,000 above what they normally would receive. I've also been working very closely with the principal at the school to determine how those monies are spent and how we can best serve Markham. It is an ongoing conversation. I've been in conversations also with the parent community just so they know exactly what it is we're doing. So to date, they have received $140,000. We are looking for, we're working on creating some kind of interim stopgap measure for the other schools that may fall into this category. I think there are about 6 of them district-wide, so that every year at least we have something in place ready to go in the event that we do have schools that need the support.
Thank you, Dr. O. Did that respond to what you needed there, Director Scott?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any further board discussion?
Just want to briefly, we're going to be talking about Southeast boundaries later on tonight. And want to recognize again that this is a worry for some of the schools in Southeast, that as boundaries get redrawn and their enrollments change, that they might cross the line from Title I status to slightly below. And so that's something we'll need to watch for in the future and think about budgeting in the future as well.
Thank you. All right, is the board now ready to vote?
I want to just comment briefly on Andrew's point about highlighting highlighting the investments that we make in our highest need schools, and what a radical shift that's been over the last 3 years. I mean, to me, the real sleeper of the budget process is volume 2, our school profile book. And it tells the story so clearly, and yet it's a story that I'm not sure we've done a great job of sharing with our community. I think there's still a lot of misperceptions in our community that schools are largely funded based on enrollment. And, I think our formula is not perfect, but it's very clear there that we are investing our resources in our highest need schools. And it's rocked the boat for sure. But this is the statement of our values. And I feel like there are a lot of things in our meeting tonight that are sort of elegantly converging. And this is one of them, just talking about what it looks like in our schools to see our commitment to racial equity and social justice played out in the allocation of resources. So Superintendent, I appreciated your really moving remarks in your superintendent's report. And I appreciate the preamble, for lack of a better word, the context setting that you've done with this budget document about what our values and strategies are. And even more importantly, and this is something that I think is pretty remarkable, to be able to look at our budget and see how every bucket of allocations aligns to the system shifts that we've identified for our district. That's where we hoped we could end up when we first began with our community, talking about what it would be to actually have a community-driven vision that guides our work. And we've done that. And there's work to be done, and there's still more articulation of our strategic plan and the nuts and bolts of our strategies that we need to have a conversation with our community about. But to see throughout this budget process how every recommendation, every decision has been tied back to our board goals, to our vision, to our system shifts, is pretty remarkable. So thank you to the whole leadership team who looked at their own individual budgets through that lens and was able to then weave it all together in a very consistent story for our district about the values that we have for our kids.
One of the very, very true and wonderful insight there, Director Constam. One of the funny things for me about being on the board is that because I did the magic fingers and we're now the budget committee, we'll vote on this now, and then we actually vote on it again in 2 weeks. So I know there'll be more time for thoughts and conversations then as well. The board will now vote on resolution. Oh, sorry, Director Bailey.
Just real briefly, building on what Director Constam said so well, Superintendent, I appreciated the graphs that you showed in your presentation. I thought those spoke volumes. Seeing some graphs around school expenditures and how that translate into staff on the ground for our students. I would enjoy seeing some examples of that the next time we gather. You know me, I love a graph.
We know.
Yes, and I also think the visual presentation is a great way for those who don't want to look through rows and rows of numbers, that those trend lines and visuals are really help tell the story as well.
And speaking of graphs, I would be remiss if I didn't thank CFO Delgadillo for the extra work that he put in and the many conversations that he and I had about how to represent our investments under the ESSER funds and of all the special revenue funds. And that's what we see tonight in some of the amendments to this budget, as opposed to what we have seen in the prior iterations. I do think it makes it a lot more clear to the public exactly how we're investing those dollars for our kids. So thank you for being responsive to those concerns.
I think we can agree that the team has done an incredible work, and especially CFO Delgadillo, who came in and is still in the midst of the time change and all of that as he does this work.
Chair, I just want to make sure, and I appreciate the observations, but I also need to, share appreciation to our school leaders, because we had a pretty representative number of our school administrators who were along for the budget development process early on. And I know Dr. Bird here could expound on how we do try to tier and differentiate the allocations to our neediest schools, certainly to our CSI and TSI schools, whether it's additional staffing or an increased per pupil expenditure, which you can see in volume 2 is the case in many of our schools. But the strategies, whether they're people or resources, they're really because we heard from our school administrators and our principal supervisors say, here would be important ingredients if we're going to make investments that are going to make the difference. And so what you see in there, I just want to make sure you realize, is because of a lot of collective conversation, that was spent weeks and weeks, discussing. So thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask the board to now vote on resolution 6317, budget committee approval of the 2021-22 budget and the imposition of property taxes. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6317 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Hsu voting
Yes.
All right, I will now adjourn the board as the budget committee and call the board back into its regular session. Okay.
Nathaniel?
Oh, sorry, what?
Yeah, I just got a quick question.
Okay.
I'm wondering, and this is just because it's my first cycle and I don't need great detail or anything, but why we're voting twice on this matter?
So like I said, we vote as the budget committee and then we vote as the board. So it's just one of those quirks of kind of how we could have a separate budget committee, but we have the full board as the budget committee. So that's why we vote twice.
Huh.
Once the approval, adoption?
Yeah, one's the approval, one's the adoption. So they're two different kind of aspects of the budget. So
right.
Nathaniel,
Okay,
if you're
Nathaniel,
if you're interested in learning more, I'd be happy to have coffee with you and walk you through the whole local budget law process. It is
that'd be great, actually.
It is Byzantine, and I can't tell if you're sarcastic or not, but
oh no.
That'd be great if you could connect. All right, we are going to move on to our resolution to urge legislators to adequately fund K-12 schools. Sadly, we got word this afternoon that the Senate passed a budget for the state school funds that is at 9.3. We really are advocating for 9.6. But as it goes without saying, we are very appreciative of the funding we do receive, and however, we know it is not enough. Adequately funding public education to serve students and families is among the most critical responsibilities of the Oregon State Legislature. And Director Constam and others had this wonderful resolution. And although we know that the Senate has passed a funding bill, we were hopeful that the House might be able to make some changes. So we're going to talk about this. Director Constam, would you like to introduce this resolution and help us determine our path forward as a board?
Yes, I'm sorry. I wasn't certain if we were still going to do this or not, so I don't have the actual resolution queued up in front of me.
I apologize. I had sent out an email saying, do we still want to do this? Since the Senate had already voted, and we had enough people say it's important that we at least say something about needing to adequately fund K-12, even if we don't pass the resolution, that we at least say to our legislators, we need to have funding that doesn't cause cuts, which is what this funding will. So I apologize, Amy, that I didn't communicate that clearly to you earlier today.
No problem. I think we're probably fine with just the way that you have teed the issue up. And to Rita's persistent point, one of the most important points is that we believe that this represents a cut to our current service level. There's disagreement on how that's calculated, but it seems fairly clear to school leaders and those responsible for making and hewing to budgets that the funding level that we see at $9.3 billion from the state is a cut service level, which is sort of hard to believe coming out of a pandemic. But we have advocated for greater, as we will continue to do. And if anybody, do you want me to read something off the resolution? I think everyone has it before them in board books. And thank you everyone for your suggestions as we group edited it.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Constam. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask, do we have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 6313, resolution to urge legislators to adequately fund K-12 public schools?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Director Constam moves and Director Bailey seconds the adoption of resolution 6313. Rita, can we go ahead and have you speak about your amendments?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. So I circulated some proposed amendments to this resolution. Those suggested revisions have now been posted in a red line version. And apart from a couple of very minor copy edits, there are two substantive amendments that I would suggest. One is to highlight last week's remarkably positive revenue projections for the next 6 years, the next 3 biennia. And the second is to note that even with a $9.6 billion state school fund, Oregon's funding of K-12 education would remain woefully short of the quality education model funding levels. So in the interest of time, unless there's an objection, I would ask that all the amendments be voted on together rather than separately.
All right, I think that's a great procedural take. Okay, so.
So moved.
Okay, so Director Bailey moves. Do we have a second to Director Moore's amendments?
Second.
Great, Director Moore seconds. All right, is there any discussion about Director Moore's amendments? All right, the board will now vote on the amendments before us from Director Moore. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. All right, the amendments pass 7-0. We now return to the resolution itself. Is there any board discussion of the resolution?
So does the resolution, the last, I don't have it in front of me, the last resolve still say we're urging people to state that there'll be a no vote? Because if the Senate's already voted, that's probably not an accurate thing that we're asking people to do anymore. But I don't have it in front of me. The last version I saw.
It does still say that.
The
Public Schools Board of Education urges legislators to publicly state their intention to vote no on any budget that inadequately funds public schools, which would ultimately harm students. So Director Brim-Edwards, are you suggesting we just omit that second resolve?
I would suggest so. It doesn't look like that we aren't paying attention to what's actually happening. And I think the statement in and of itself, I think we could make a more affirmative statement versus asking somebody to take a position after they've already had the vote.
Yeah, I would support removing that since the Senate has already voted.
Well, but the House has not.
So
but I think as far as communicating that, I do think that's kind of a moot point. And the first resolve just speaks to the core of our intention, which is supported at 9.6.
What if we amended it to say the PPS school board urges legislators, the Portland Public Schools Board of Education urges legislators to publicly state their intention to adequately fund public schools, and have that be the period. So that it's a positive statement asking legislators to giving legislators a chance to say that they're supportive without putting them in the no vote trap if the vote has already happened in their chamber.
That works. Do you want me to move that language?
Yes. So Director Edwards moves the language proposed, and Andrew Scott seconds it. All right. All those in favor of the Lowry amendment, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those opposed? All right, the amendment passes 7-0. Anything else? Any other discussion on this resolution?
Has our student rep hasn't been asked for his amendment vote?
Oh, sorry, Nathaniel.
On either
on the amendments?
Yes, in both.
Okay, thank you.
So can I think it's, I think for most people, this is very much inside baseball, and I don't know that there's been remarkably little coverage of this. And I think to everybody's detriment, because a state school fund of $9.3 billion is equivalent to a cut budget for virtually every school district in this state. For PPS, we're looking at an $11 million shortfall. That is the equivalent of roughly 110 teachers. we are in an enviable position as a district that we have reserves. We have a budget that is significantly larger than most budgets in the state, and we can absorb these cuts using a combination of, as I understand it, about $3 million in position cuts, plus the use of reserve money. Most school districts in the state are not in that position. They're going to be looking at actual cuts. The fact that the legislature, in the face of an extraordinary revenue projection for the next 3 biennia that was universally described as stunning, the fact that the legislature will persist in having a state school fund at a $9.3 billion level as we're coming out of a pandemic is frankly appalling to me. This state has disinvested in public education for 30 years. 2 years ago, we made some changes that produced additional funding, and I am grateful for every nickel. But we are still $833 million short of the quality education model funding level. And we now have a revenue forecast for the next 6 years, have I mentioned that? 6 years, that would allow us to make up some of that difference. And the legislature is just going along with the original allocation that they had already agreed to before the revenue projections came in. So I think it's important that everybody pay attention to this. This is not funny money. This is a serious, another long series of serious shortfalls in funding for public education. End of speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Moore.
And may I point out that K-12 education is what, roughly 42%, I'll say, of the state budget, and 42% of the extra money coming in would be another 400 million for K-12. And apparently K-12, again, this is every district in the state, will not see a penny of that benefit coming in.
Thank you, Director Bailey and Director Moore. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on Resolution 6313?
No. Okay.
Thank you.
That is it.
All right. The board will now vote on Resolution 6313, resolution to urge legislators to adequately fund K-12 public schools. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6313 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Hsu voting
yes.
All right. We're still in our sort of money and focus tonight as we talk now about pension bonds. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this next item?
I'm actually going to turn over this topic to our new CFO, Norberto Delgadillo. Are you there?
He will be in just a second.
All right, well, he's going to talk to all of us about the topic of the district pursuing a limited tax pension bond.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Chair Lori, I was waiting for I was also looking forward to the chime music to transition between budget committee and back to the board. So maybe next time. But yeah, so PERS bond, and I think I first want to thank everyone for the directors for their time over the past 2 weeks, as we had several conversations, both from building understanding and getting a sense of what are our limited obligation bonds, what are our PERS bonds, and really taking an opportunity to learn what the district did in the past, back in 2002, 2003, and to what we've done now, and also understanding the risks and benefits associated with approaching a pension bond. And as we've had those conversations over the past 2 weeks, we have updated the staff report with some additional information, some clarity, in addition to lowering the max true interest credit that we would pursue. But considering the current market rate conditions, the current interest rate conditions, and the opportunity to really fund our UIL, it's still our recommendation to pursue the authorization for a pension bond. And I really would open it up for additional questions. And if there are additional feedback or comments, more than happy to answer them. And we did invite a few guests, but I'll keep them in the waiting room. We'll see if they're needed. But I think definitely want to provide an opportunity for the directors to ask any additional questions.
I don't have any additional questions, but Chair Lowry, when we move to the discussion, if I do have something I want to say, but no more questions.
Okay. Well, if we
I
don't.
also,
oh,
sorry. No, I was actually going to say I also don't have questions, but then jump right into what I was going to say. So, no, I just wanted to thank. CFO Delgadillo for, the conversations over the last couple of weeks, and for the additional, report from Echo Northwest sort of reviewing this. It is a big decision for the district, and it is one that I'm comfortable with and will support. I think the change in this resolution to a max interest cost of 4%, given the range of outcomes and scenarios, makes me feel, a little bit more comfortable, that, about the investment. But I think this is one of those calculated risks. I think the downside risk is relatively small. The upside risk is relatively large. That doesn't mean the risk is non-existent, but I think as responsible stewards of the district, this is an educated and calculated way of trying to reduce some of that unfunded actuarial liability in a way that will benefit future generations of students. So again, the tool has worked in the past. I think this is a good time to do it given the interest rate environment. I appreciate staff bringing it forward and all the explanation, and we'll be supporting it tonight.
Chair Lowry, do you want me to just go ahead?
Well, let's go ahead and get our let's just go ahead and get the motion on the table, and then we can have our board discussion.
Can I just say before we move, I just want to appreciate CFO Delgadillo and Carol for walking. I mean, this is all, was very dense material, and I appreciate the time they took to kind of explain it as they were explaining it to a kindergartner. And it was very helpful, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, that's basically the way I needed it explained to me too, Michelle. This is definitely Andrew's wheelhouse, not mine. All right, do I have a motion and second to adopt resolution 6314, resolution authorizing pension bonds and related matters?
So moved.
Second.
Director Constant moves and Director Scott seconds the adoption of resolution 6314. Is there any board discussion? Director Brim-Edwards.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't have any questions. I did have a lot of questions at the last meeting, and also appreciative of the separate offline discussions with Echo Northwest and our CFO. And I'm really appreciative because just from the benefits are high and the stakes are high as well. So I appreciated that after last meeting that we had a just independent review by Echo Northwest of the presentation materials that we had from Piper Sandler, because it makes diligence, and we have that. So I just want to thank CFO, it's getting late, CFO Delgadillo, for the additional follow-up information. I feel comfortable where we are. This paid huge benefits to the district in the early 2000s when we did it. And as Director Scott noted, it is, it's important to take informed risk and smart risks. And this looks like one of those. So thanks to the staff, and also to board leadership for carrying it over for another board meeting, so that we all could get comfortable with the material and be ready to vote without having any sort of financial detriment to the district. So I appreciate that.
Any further board discussion? All right, Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on this item?
No.
All right. The board will now vote on resolution 6314, resolution authorizing pension bonds and related matters. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6314 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Hsu voting.
Yes.
All right. We're going to go ahead and take another quick 5-minute break. We will start at 9:28 p.m. with our Southeast Guiding Coalition Phase 2 charge. Thanks, everyone.
Come on, child. Somebody's calling my name. Hush. Somebody's calling my name. Hush. Hush. Somebody's calling my name. Oh my Lord, what shall I do? What shall I do? Oh day and the come day. Oh day and the come day. Oh day and the come day. Day I'm broken in my soul. And the come day. On my knees and the come day. On my knees and the come day. On my knees and the come day. Day I'm broken in my soul. And the come day. I heard him say on the come day. Heard him say on the come day. Heard him say on the come day. Day I'm broken in my soul. And the come day. Come on, child. Steal away, steal away to Jesus. Steal away, I ain't got long to stay here. Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. Steal
Enrollment and program balancing process phase 2. So Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this item for us?
Yes, thank you for that second intermission. Last year, we launched into, as you know, an enrollment and program balancing process. We contracted with Flow Analytics to help support us with data analysis and some modeling, co-developed some community engagement strategies. In February, the board adopted Resolution 6059, which outlined a scope of work for the first phase of the charge, which addressed schools in the southeast quadrant of the district due to a high number of small K-8 neighborhood schools, and mainly prompted by the imminent opening of Kellogg Middle School. But now it's time to move into a phase 2. So 2 weeks ago, you heard staff recommendations for a draft charge, which focuses on assigning attendance areas and DLI programs from existing middle schools to Harrison Park, a proposed Harrison Park Middle School. And adjusts boundaries and DLI program locations potentially to address low enrollment at Lane Middle School. So following last week's board discussion, staff has returned with a revised draft charge for your consideration.
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. Do I have a motion and second to adopt Resolution 6315, Southeast Enrollment Balancing Process Phase 2 Process and Charge?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Is there a second of this matter?
Second.
Okay. Director Bailey moves and Director Scott seconds the adoption of Resolution 6315.
I was feeling real lonely there for a second.
Is there any board discussion?
So just a couple things that to just clarify about the process. Again, I think this is another example where we really benefited by having a discussion at one board meeting and then having that incorporated into the documents for the next board meeting for consideration versus trying to do it all in one board meeting. So I appreciate staff's work on that. So just to clarify that what we're adopting is the resolution, not all the background materials. I know last time there was sort of a question about like, are we going by what's in the background materials or what's in the resolution? So it's what's in the board resolution. And I think probably at the outset, I just want to mention, because this is something that Director Constam brought up at the end of the last process, that we have a set of policies governing and enrollment and transfer, is that those would be in place unless we change them, of course, but like that's what the operating principles should be, or the framework. And then the last piece is, I know at the end of the last process, there was a variety of opinions about how just roles and what lanes everybody was going to be in. And I do think, based on the conversations we've had to date, the agreement on sort of more check-ins with the board, just so that we're aligned and it's not all of a sudden we get to the end of the process and the board is somewhere different. So I really encourage that to happen throughout the process, just so we all are moving together and clear up any sort of misunderstandings mid-process, not at the very end. But I really appreciate the fact that we've had a good discussion about this already, and that we're heading into this process, and hopefully with the result of more equitable outcomes for more equitable middle grades experience for students in Southeast.
I also want to commend staff for their responsiveness and for constantly improving the work, and again, living into our designation as a learning institution. And I especially want to thank you, Deputy Hertz, for all of the listening and revising and adapting that you have done in this work to make it be the best of what it can be for our students. Is there any further discussion before we hear from our public commenters? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on this matter? Ms. Bradshaw? There is no public comment. No, okay. great. Thank you. All right. Is the board ready to vote?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Chair Larry. There is one person here.
I thought there was, but things change and evolve. All right. Thank you, Ms. Martha.
Also, I had some comments that were submitted to me today that I circulated to everybody. So hopefully people have had an opportunity to review those.
Thank you for passing those along, Director Brim Edwards, so we could hear the comments from the citizen. Welcome.
We have Tyler Bechtel.
Hello. Just a moment. Let me see if I can turn on my camera for you guys. I just came over at the last second.
Thank you.
I got worried there. I thought you were going to forget about me. Good evening, Chair Lowry and PPS Board. My name is Tyler Bechtel, Bechtel, and I'm the parent of 2 PPS school children. I'd like to address 2 issues tonight. First, I ask that the PPS and the board ensure the phase 2 process and all rebalancing processes going forward adhere to Oregon Public Meetings Law. Second, please consider reconstituting the coalition, realizing that PPS has given an inequitable weight to a few individuals, allowing a small minority of the coalition to dominate the conversation. In February, I requested public records from PPS. 3 months later, my request received a response. Were phase 1 following Oregon public meeting laws, all of the material I received would likely have been required to be published for all to see. I received 395 pages of emails just last week, and I immediately signed up for public comment before seeing that a public meeting notice had been published for the next coalition meeting. This is a promising change for PPS. To understand the gravity, we need only look at the records received. The emails show conversation within the coalition was dominated by very few individuals. Still, an even smaller number of coalition members were given an opportunity by PPS staff to steer the conversation. A writing team was given an extra level of editorial review that other members, the public, and the board were not likely aware of. This allowed a few privileged persons to have a louder voice. Ironic, because when one school was left out of the phase 1 process and that community objected, those objections were derided by the coalition members and at least one board member as a few loud voices. The emails showed deliberations and decisions were made out of view of community members. Between meetings, flurries of emails and messages were sent back and forth through the Discord app emails. It created a back channel deliberation that the public was not aware of. Imagine if this board could deliberate through email and serial communications. Your board meetings would certainly be shorter, but the decisions you reach and how you reach them would be a mystery. This explains the surprise some neighborhood school communities had when the final phase 1 proposal was presented. Multiple emails show that the coalition members also saw problems with the process and doubted the actual consensus had been reached. On January 12th, the recommendation was presented to by coalition members to the board. A neighborhood school PTA testified and submitted written testimony. Would it surprise the board to know that in advance of this testimony, it was provided to a coalition member, along with instructions by PPS staff to rebut the concerns they were going to raise? I'll make my written testimony available to you tonight, but unfortunately, we can't trust that submitting testimony in advance won't be met by a coordinated effort by the district advisory team to discredit or minimize our concerns. Moving forward, please make a strong statement tonight that openness, transparency, and equal voice is a priority to the board. Don't put the rebalancing effort in jeopardy of being held hostage by a legal process. PPS staff have argued the coalition was in. I'll finish up really quick because I want to respect your time. The PPS staff have argued that the coalition was informing staff who would then pass on the recommendation to the board. The very fact that you're meeting tonight to set the scope for the coalition, to give them a task and set parameters, means the coalition has become a committee of this board and is subject to Oregon public meeting laws.
Thank you.
I ask you to make a strong statement tonight, require this process, follow public meetings law. Also, I urge you to reconstitute the coalition and rebalance some of the dominating voices. Thank you for your time.
All right, any further board discussion on this matter?
I have just a question, just based on, because I know this was an issue last time about whether the coalition was, because they were making recommendations to staff that were then making recommendations to the board, what the status was. And has there been a determination for this time? Is that all the meetings will be public, or what is this, the status? Just so we all know at the front end.
Deputy
I think that's
Hurt.
a question for Ms. Large.
Oh, that's a question for Ms. Large. Sorry.
It seems like it's a public meeting law question. Since it's been, the first one's been posted, does that mean that all the deliberations are public?
I'm not sure I'm prepared to address that fully. I'd love to follow up by email after the board meeting, Director Brim-Edwards.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
So I just want to point out that when the Southeast Committee met during COVID, they broke into small groups to do a lot of their discussion. The groups that I sat in on, there was a lot of participation by just about everybody in the group, and everybody was encouraged and supported in speaking up. And except for the very first, those small group discussions were recorded. In previous public processes that I was involved in as a parent and community activist, those kind of small group discussions were never recorded. Notes might have been taken, summary notes might have been taken on paper and shared out, but never recorded like the Southeast was. So if anything, that process had more public documentation, regardless of the legal status, than anything I've been involved in 20 plus years in PPS.
I just really quickly add to what Director Brim-Edwards said. This is a complicated area, and it's one that trips governments up all the time, unintentionally, in terms of what constitutes a public body that requires a public meeting and what doesn't. So I would really encourage that we spend a little bit of time just making sure we're very clear in defining what we think it is, and then making sure we're very clear in giving those directions, right, to the members who serve on the Southeast Guiding Coalition. Because this is, again, it's just, if it's not serving as a public body, there are certain things, that the members can and can't do. If it is a public body and notice the meetings, there are other things that they can and can't do. And again, it's very complicated. So I just think for everyone's sake, I'd rather get that defined really up front. And I'd rather err on the side of conservative, being conservative about it. There are instances in Oregon where, actions have had to, be thrown out because it's been determined later that, challenges have been filed. And I would rather just make sure we are squeaky clean. And I know we're intending to be, but I would rather err on the side of caution just to make sure.
I want to echo what Director Scott said. I was disturbed to hear Mr. Bechtel's testimony. And I also know that there are multiple sides to every story. But I agree that we need to be really clear up front and also provide very clear instructions to this advisory committee in terms of what we expect. I'd rather also err on the side of conservatism, which is something my dad used to say all the time. Err on the conservative side. I never knew what it meant until I was an adult, but this is one of those cases I'd like to see that put into action.
I agree with Director DePass and Director Scott. All right, the board will now vote on resolution 6315, Southeast enrollment.
There's two in there.
Southeast, oh, what? There's two, Kara, was that?
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, there was the resolution, word resolution was in there twice. So I thought that's what you were mentioning, and I didn't think I needed to say it twice, but who knows? Okay, the board will now vote on resolution 6315, Southeast enrollment balancing process, phase 2, process and charge. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6315 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Hsu voting.
Yes.
And I didn't vote either, so I vote yes, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Constam, I missed you. Okay.
No, I was just asleep at the switch, literally and figuratively. Thank you.
Okay, so we are 7-0 with that vote from Director Constam there. Okay, now we are moving on to something very exciting that I know that folks are anxious about, and I heard our public commenter today say she had lost faith that this was actually going to happen, but we're going to talk about full-time reopening for full 5 days. Director Scott, would you like to introduce this resolution?
Oh, yes. Thank you. I had not quite realized we were here already. So yeah, and I'll be quick. We actually had a really good conversation about this, and we heard a very comprehensive update from the superintendent and his team at our last meeting about the plans for fall reopening and all the work that is going into that. And we talked about this resolution as well. Since it was, did get posted last minute before that last meeting, we wanted to give a little bit of opportunity for the public and others to see it and potentially weigh in. I did not receive any comments in the intervening 2 weeks. If others did, it would be a great time to talk about them. But just to recap very briefly, my reason for bringing this resolution forward really was sort of threefold. As we are preparing for full-time in-person reopening this fall, I do want to make sure the superintendent has the full support of the board to take really the actions that are necessary, to get us to that outcome. And I would actually say just, I completely disagree with what the commenter said earlier. I'm very confident that we're going to be able to reopen, but what that looks like may differ a little bit depending on what the situation looks like in the fall. So I think the second reason is really sending that clear signal to the community about how hard we are working. So first, superintendent having our support. Second, sending that signal to the community. And third, really just starting that community conversation about what that return to full-time in-person learning is going to look like. I certainly hope it looks exactly like normal school. That would be the best outcome, as we move forward. But there are a lot of things outside of the district's control, and whether it's state guidelines or other guidelines that we'll continue to work on. But again, bringing the community along in that conversation so they understand what some of those parameters are as we work through them. And I think I really see this as the start of the conversation, and I know the superintendent's team is going to be updating us regularly as we go through the summer about reopening efforts, and that's a good opportunity for us to continue to have that conversation. So again, I just would really appreciate the board's support and moving forward on this.
Thank you. I have a motion and second to adopt resolution 6316, resolution to prepare for full-time reopening of in-person learning for the 2021-22 school year.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Director Scott moves and Director Bailey seconds the adoption of resolution 6316. Is there any board discussion?
Real quickly, in contrast to some other highly publicized districts, although I read the headline, not the article, so I hope I'm wrong, but we specifically are saying we should have a virtual option for those families who still feel the need. And we got a letter to that effect from a concerned parent today. So just want to affirm that there will be a virtual option along with what we hope most of our students will be back in person.
I just want to affirm that that is the case, Director Bailey. We have a team of staff developing a virtual school option model for families, for students who have very real reasons for not being able to come back to school quite yet. So just stay tuned. We're still working out some of those details.
Thank you, Superintendent.
I just want to also mention that would be across all grade levels, not just a high school option.
Thank you for clarifying. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on this resolution?
No.
All right. The board will now vote on resolution 6316, resolution to prepare for full-time reopening of in-person learning for the 2021-22 school year. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6316 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Hsu voting
yes.
Okay. Now we turn to policy, and having served on the policy committee for the last 2 years, it is amazing the amount of work that goes into these policies. Tonight, the board will be holding a first reading on 6 policies, and then a first reading to rescind 3 policies. And I really want to commend Mary Kane, who has done a ton of work on all of our policies around sexual harassment and not anti-harassment and non-discrimination and violence, dating violence between teenagers, to really help us have policies that support our students. So as chair of the policy committee, however, I'd like to ask Director Moore to do the hard work of introducing each of these policies that are before us tonight. Director Moore?
Thank you. The first policy we're going to talk about is the complaint policy, 4.50.032P. PPS undertook a major revision of this complaint policy in 2018 in order to better align with our state obligations for addressing student and family complaints. Since that time, the complaint coordinator and other staff have received feedback from families and community members about their experiences with the complaint process. As a result of this feedback, staff identified some language in the policy that could be clearer for families and staff and requested that the board policy committee revisit this policy. The committee has been working on this policy since August 2020. Some of the staff requested revisions include clarifying that the district will provide translation and interpretation services as appropriate, but does not provide legal services to complainants. Removing a reference to the ombudsman, as that position has been eliminated, and adding reference to a new community liaison position, who was actually introduced this evening. Numerous revisions to simplify language and clarify how the complaint process works in order to make it more understandable for families. Correction of inaccurate references to statutes or administrative rules. I should say inaccurate or outdated references. Clarifying that a complainant may not refile a complaint on the same subject of a complaint that has already been through the formal complaint process. And aligning our definition of who can file a complaint with ODE's Division 22 standards. In addition to these requested edits, the policy committee made a number of additional changes to provide more guidance on, for example, the multiple ways that students and families can express concerns or complaints and seek a remedy, including but not limited to lodging a formal complaint. The type of complaints that could be made directly to the board related to the superintendent individually versus general complaints about administrative actions. Expectations of board members and notice from staff when a formal complaint is pending, and expectations around provision of materials related to a step 3 hearing before the board. The committee was not unanimous on all the changes or on the decision to vote the policy out for a first reading at this time. Among other concerns, Director Brim Edwards voiced concerns that the committee had not had sufficient input from the community. The committee did consider carefully the recent survey done with families who've been through the complaint process in recent years, including before the 2018 policy revisions. The committee also agreed that community engagement on this policy should happen in the fall when the impact of the pandemic is less pronounced, and staff is planning to do that. The timing decision before the committee was whether to advance the proposed revisions now and engage in additional revisions next school year versus holding all potential revisions until that time. The majority of the committee felt the proposed changes that are having first reading tonight should not wait for another 9 to 12 months because they provide clarity, additional information, or make needed changes. And the timeline for additional community engagement is the same under both scenarios. The committee and staff also acknowledged that the results of a recent survey, as well as other feedback, revealed that the family experience in the formal complaint process needs improvement. Much of that improvement will likely come outside of the policy language and in the form of communication training and successful deployment of the new family resource coordinator.
Director Moore. Director Brim Edwards, I know you shared that you wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. So the complaint policy is one of the ways in which parents who haven't been able to work things out at the school level can elevate their concerns to district leadership, whether that's the board or the superintendent and senior staff. And as Director Moore indicated, staff brought some suggested changes to the committee. A survey was sent out to parents by PPS staff who have been participants in the complaint process to get their feedback on the complaint process and their experience. The results showed, and I would encourage board members, especially those who aren't on the committee, to look at the data, because it shows that there were really significant issues that were raised, and dissatisfaction with the experience that people had with the complaint process. And because we were in the midst of the pandemic, the discussion had been that the engagement would be, we all collectively, the committee decided that more community engagement was needed based on the survey. But because of the pandemic, it would need to wait to the fall. And so the committee did agree to put it off to the fall. And then last week, or last couple of weeks, changed course. And I'm going to ask that the board is, it's not very often that and I can't remember another time that I've opposed or not been supportive of moving a policy out of the committee. But what I would ask is that the board get the community engagement before we move to a second reading, because moving ahead with the second reading, implementing the policy, and then doing community engagement, I don't think, well, just misses the whole community engagement process. I do know that there is a desire to clarify an issue that came up in recent weeks based on one complaint. And I've had a discussion with the staff and superintendent about the proposed policy and this specific issue. And there are other ways to address this clarification that is needed. And there is a way the board could, for example, pass a resolution until there was an opportunity for the community engagement to happen, that would allow us to clarify that administrative and operational actions by the superintendent are treated just like administrative and operational actions taken by principals and other central office staff. So there is a need to clarify that, but it can be done in another way, and we actually can have community engagement around this specific policy. We've had a lot of discussions from the policy committee about not moving things along without doing community engagement or without getting it right, and I just feel like we haven't done that, and I'm not comfortable on something, especially that's directly about our relationship with the parent community. Sometimes in the moments when our relationships are most frayed or most challenging, that we're just going to move ahead without getting community engagement. So I would hope that the board would consider an alternative way to get after the one issue that seems to be there's some urgency to get resolved, and have our community engagement this fall as we had planned. Thank you for the consideration, Chair Lowry.
I think Director Brim-Edwards that the work on this policy is not done, and the work on our complaint policy is not done. For me, and we had this discussion at length in the policy committee. For me, this is about more than one issue. To me, it matters that our policy references an ombudsman, and that we have this new Mr. Tibbs in this new role. I think it's really important that this is a complicated and deeply emotional process for families. And so it's important to me that we correct what we can now to make it easier for complainants in the immediacy, and then continue to do the deeper work of the fixes. Because I'm concerned both about families filing complaints now and families in a year. And I want us to clean up as much as we can, so that if a family is entering into this overwhelming moment of, okay, how do I file a complaint, that the information that's on our website is accurate, that the policy reveals the current status of PPS. And I agree with you, we have a lot more work to do on the complaint policy. And I think, as Director Brim-Edwards said, it's not the policy language that's the make or break, it is the relationships, it is the staff, it is the way we connect and work with people. But I do think that the policy language is often people's first entry point with the complaint. And to have that cleaned up is why I support doing the plan as we have it, of doing the first reading and the second reading, and then in the fall, doing the bulk of the rest of the work after we've done these technical fixes. So I know you and I disagree. We talked about this at length at the policy committee meeting. But that's sort of my viewpoint. And I see that Director Constan wanted to weigh in.
I think that we have had several times where we've had an iterative process with policy revision, and that's just part of the game. I don't see any reason to sort of make things more difficult for our families in the interim. And we're going to engage in the deep community engagement work under Mr. Tibbs's leadership, regardless. So I don't see any justification for not making these fixes now. It won't change how we reach out with our families and how we approach our public engagement going forward. So I'd like to put this in for first reading and then look forward to that engagement process.
I'd like to respond, since people responded to me, is that the difference is we asked for feedback and we're just not going to engage with it. So we're moving ahead with our own changes without taking into consideration the feedback that we received.
And you and I again have talked about that and disagree about how we got the survey and how we're engaging with it. I see that Director DePass would like to.
I have a comment and a question. So I'm in favor of moving it forward as is, as long as, with the promise of doing a more robust community engagement, keeping the process iterative, adding to it, continuously improving it. I had a couple questions. One was about the role of this family services coordinator. Is it in the absence, there's no ombudsman position, but is the family services coordinator, are we thinking about that person as the first contact for someone that has a complaint, or a first contact after someone has not been able to solve a complaint in the building? My other question had to be with where in this community engagement spectrum does this fall? Is this just, we're going to inform the community? Or are we going to empower the community to help draft the policy, to help improve the policy? So there's a difference between just a one-way communication going out and saying, hey, this is what we're doing, what do you think? Versus we're puzzling over this section and we'd like to co-create it with community.
We're not doing it. We're just vote on this.
Ms. Large, I see that you unmuted. Would you like to respond to Director DePass's questions?
Yeah, I think we're down to a limited number of staff here, so I will give a short first shot and others can follow up. Mr. Tibbs' position is new, and I think conceptually is designed to help resolve families' concerns and complaints before they reach the formal complaint process. That will always be available to them. I think there are a number of ways where that can happen. They could have gone through different channels at their school and come to him. They could come to him and he could help work with the school. I think he is, in fact, right now building the communication and his approach. He's doing a lot of listening right now and is anxious. I know I just talked to him last week, anxious to get up here and start meeting with school leaders. And so he can help the dialogue and the relationships at the earliest opportunity. And I'm sure that he or Jonathan can provide something a little more robust. And I suspect they'll probably be before the board to do that at some point once he gets his feet on the ground, or certainly the policy committee on this policy.
I'd like
May I also ask, just as I was interested to see the summary report of the survey. Do we, I hope we do we track complaints by race or ethnicity or other social demographics that you know of, or even if it's
Yes.
voluntary?
We do at the first stage. I got a question over the weekend about how those race and ethnicity profiles change. Perhaps step 1 isn't the same as step 2, which may not be the same as step 3. So we have done that analysis though on those who file, and we track on that.
And track outcomes as well.
Director DePass, I just don't know. I don't know that the outcomes are always in. There's many that are yes, there are many that are no, and there are some that are less binary than that. So I don't know exactly how that is tracked. I don't want to give you an incorrect answer. As to your question about community engagement. My understanding is that the intention is to have some real conversations. I don't know that the full engagement plan is entirely fleshed out, but I know that there was discussion with Shanice and her team about some focus groups with parents who've been through it, as well as some other outreach. So that's what I know now, and that will happen in the fall.
Thank you.
Second reading, or is there I guess my question, sorry, Ms. Large, because since you're last man standing. So what is planned during the public comment period, if anything, by PPS to get feedback on the changes that are being proposed by staff?
I think that the usual 21-day comment period applies through the normal policy website. I don't know that there are any other particularized efforts.
So just posted on the website.
Right. Talked about in this meeting, invitations extended in this meeting, the same thing we do for all the others.
Can I also mention that a number of the changes that are being proposed are actually responsive to the feedback that we got in the survey. So we heard a lot of expressions of frustration around the complexity of the process and the length of time it took to go through the process. And I think a lot of the language changes that are incorporated here are directly responsive to those kinds of concerns.
I also want to note, as I'm looking at this table 1, that in 2020 we had fewer complaints during a pandemic than we did several years ago. I mean, it looks like since 2014. So I know the year's not over yet, knock on wood, but literally a very few number of complaints. Thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it is. I think it goes to the work that our district is doing and especially our building staff to respond to families in the buildings and proactively deal with concerns there. So thank you again, Superintendent Guerrero, for that cultural shift that you've been key in implementing here in PPS.
That was the only note I wanted to make is we are talking about a formal complaint policy. I mean, for me, the bigger prize is a culture and a climate where our stakeholders, our family, our community feel they can approach us with questions and concerns, compliments even, and that those get resolved or heard or listened to or attended to in a very progressive fashion, more informally. And I think that happens every school day, hundreds of times, and, by our teachers, by our principals, by their supervisors, by central office staff. And I recognize that there needs to be also a mechanism for officially formal complaints that fall under especially Division 22 categories. There's a very limited couple dozen folks who have exercised that as an option, and there's probably more work to sort of continue to clarify a process that is more efficient for not just families but also for staff, as we've seen. So I know that there's a shared interest in doing that because we don't want to make it taxing for the complainant, nor do we want to make it taxing for the staff. And so we end up in not a very efficient two-way feedback loop. And I think that's what we all have a commitment to resolving.
Thank you, Superintendent. Rita, would you move us along now to the responsible technology use policy, please?
Yes. So the next policy is responsible technology use policy, 8.60.040P. This is an update to the acceptable use policy that was created in 2007. This policy and the subsequent revisions reflected the state of access to technology at the time of the creation, of its creation. The responsible use policy is a rewrite of the acceptable use policy, making it more succinct and streamlined, and removing extraneous detail and outdated technologies, and acknowledging the current state of technology in the district.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or comments? All right, Director Moore, the next one.
Okay. So next, we have a suite of policies that fall under the umbrella of anti-harassment that are being either revised or rescinded in order to bring the district into compliance with a number of recent statutory revisions addressing harassment, including sexual harassment, in the workplace and within the educational setting. As we incorporated the new requirements into the policies, staff endeavored to organize these policies in a way that may provide easier use for students and staff. In some instances, policies were joined where there was overlap in content and focus. Some were out of date and had been replaced by other policies that are current with state and/or federal law. A few policies required only that we update the definition of sexual harassment to align with current law. Because there are multiple policies affected, I'm going to list the policies affected, but will not walk through each one. A lot of the changes are quite technical in nature, technical in terms of very specific language mandated by statutes. I will encourage board members and the public to review the posted materials and provide any comment during the 21-day comment period. So we have four policies that are substantially revised. First, anti-harassment non-discrimination policy, 1.80.020P. Second, student anti-harassment and dating violence policy, 4.30.060P. Workplace harassment, 5.10.060P. And professional conduct policy, 5.10.064P. Okay, the next set of policies are rescissions that we're recommending. So the following policies are recommended for rescission either because they are old and not in compliance with current law, or because they are redundant since their content has been incorporated into the policies that I just listed. I want to underscore that rescinding these policies will not result in any decrease in protections available to either students or staff. First, teen dating violence, domestic violence policy, 4.30.070P. Grievance procedures, sex discrimination, 5.10.030P. Sexual harassment, staff to students, 5.10.062. That's it.
All right, and again, thank you, Mary Kane, for your work on that suite of policies specifically. All of tonight's policies will be posted on the board website, and the public comment period is 21 days. Contact information for public comment will be posted with each policy. The board will hold a second reading of the policies at its June 25th meeting. Is there any other business at this time before we adjourn?
I think I would like to give my report, actually. I know it's a bit late.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Go ahead.
All right. I'd like to begin by recognizing last Tuesday's board elections. I would like to congratulate Herman Green and Gary Hollins on their election to the PPS Board of Education. I look forward to seeing how you two reshape PPS during your tenure on the board. I'd also like to congratulate Dr. Bryn Edwards on her re-election. PPS and our students are lucky to have your continued leadership. However, despite these outcomes, which are exciting and in line with the DSC's endorsements, I am troubled with the election's voter turnout. It's no secret that school boards typically garner low turnout, that they are often overshadowed by national level elections. And this election was not atypical among its category in that way. However, it's simply pathetic that turnout was less than 1/3 of what it was when voters approved our bond package back in November. It could not be plainer that the overwhelming majority of those votes came from those who were there because of the presidential election. This is unacceptable. You cannot only vote when matters are at their most desperate, when only when the most high-profile offices are on the ballot. Voting must not be a last resort. Rather, it must be a regular practice akin to brushing your teeth. Local races like these, as not well known, are exceptionally important. They are how we, as a community, as a people, decide how our school systems are run. When less than one third of the voters who turned out in November do so for this election, what does that say about our community's fundamental value of education? If we truly believe in our students and in our future, I challenge us as a community, as a city, and as a people to do better in this regard. I'd also like to note that the DSC held our 3rd annual PPS Student Summit last Saturday. Thank you to Superintendent Guerrero for kicking off the event, the students who took the time to talk and interact with us, and of course the DSC counselors who put in so much time in organizing and running the summit. Unfortunately, the event did have low attendance, which we attribute to the unfortunate fact that we were unable to come together at one of our school sites, as has been tradition, as well as the summit being scheduled relatively late in the school year. Nevertheless, we did have some excellent conversations with those who did show up, and we are hoping to learn from this experience in scheduling next year's summit, which the DSC is planning to schedule in the first half of the 2021-2022 school year. And finally, I'd like to finish by echoing what's been said earlier in the meeting, that it is absolutely ridiculous for the legislature to be cutting school funding as we're emerging from a pandemic. I'm saddened by the Senate approving such cuts earlier today, and I hope that the House ultimately rejects them and funds the state school fund at least $9.6 billion. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Student Representative Hsu. Any other business for tonight?
Can I just congratulate you, Chair Lowry, on the time, 10:15, and all of my colleagues as well. That was a tremendous amount of work we got done on schedule. So thank you, everybody.
I mean, not on schedule, right on time. Just amazing.
I think it's the whole board working together to, I think what Director Brim-Edwards said about seeing items and then voting on the next week, that gives us time to digest and really ask our questions of staff, helped us to be more effective. So thank you all for the work and for the commitment to listen to one another, to speak the essentials, and to get our work done in a timely fashion.
Well, you made a mockery of my pre-meeting joke about the meeting would be done and we'd walk out and see the eclipse.
There you go. I feel like Director Constant's going to say something because she's got a special guest with her there.
I'm trying to stay muted so my special guest doesn't say anything.
That's probably a good call. All right, the next regular meeting of the board will be held on June 15th. And I am going to remind directors that if you're interested in running for board leadership, you need to let me know in writing by June 1st. So please get those into me so that we can have that ready for the June 15th meeting. This meeting is adjourned.